I'd like to call this work session of the Forest Grove City Council to order. All city councilors are present. City staff is also present, and we have members of the audience. We have two work sessions for tonight's meeting, city discussion regarding federal activities and development code. So I'm going to that's a full schedule, so we're going to start right away, and I'm going to turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'll give a brief background. I have both Chief Gearing and Chief Ryman with me, so we'll be collaborating on this staff background. We hope not to take any more than 10-15 minutes to allow plenty of time for the council to talk. But Mariah, if you could please start the presentation. I'll just go ahead and start. Tonight's real purpose is to provide an opportunity for council to discuss and respond to issues relating to federal immigration enforcement. A little bit of background. On November 10th, 2025, the city declared a state of emergency and appropriated $50,000 to community nonprofits. That money has been appropriated. That was intended to assist with the impacts of federal immigration enforcement. On November 24th, the following meeting, Forest Grove was declared a sanctuary city by resolution, and there was a consensus to hold a work session every month to talk about what we're talking about here tonight. If you go to slide 5, on December 8th and then January 2nd, there was 2 readings, and the city passed a sanctuary city ordinance. It was effective immediately. I'm not going to go over all of the bullets underneath it, but just to highlight a couple, it does codify the Oregon Sanctuaries Promise Law into city code. It prohibits assisting federal agencies unless there's a subpoena or a judicial warrant. It bans the use of city resources for immigration enforcement activities, and it creates policies and training for city staff to manage interactions with ICE. It was also modeled after the Portland ordinance that was passed in October of last year. Next slide. Staff conducted initial training in October. Our training materials are being updated. We have actually training tomorrow, supervisory training tomorrow. There'll be additional training after that with all the employees in late January and early February. We are looking at installing some signage that delineates between public and non-public areas. We have immigration resources at all city facilities. And then I'm not going to go into all of this, but we have a very good, updated, comprehensive website associated with this issue, and it has all of those things in the website. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Henry in terms of conversations with some of our community partners and what some of our community partners are doing in response to federal immigration enforcement.
Outlined are some of the organizations that we've been working with for the past probably half year now in regards to the immigration issue. As you can see, it's Adelante and Central. I work pretty closely with Nancy Lopez out of Central, who's their policy director and is really managing a lot of the observation teams for Central. So we meet on a regular basis, as well as our Forest Grove Resource Center. I've met with the PIC group through Central, as well as Adelante and their SOAR program, as well as ACLU. So we've met with all those groups, talk about policies, procedures, their work. Again, we developed some of our early training for our staff based on those meetings, especially with ACLU. Even though now it's now being revised in regards to meeting some of the new standards, we're seeing that it's coming out of Washington. Again, a lot of this is a moving target for us. If you watch the news today, and in one of the other slides I'm going to talk about is this is truly moving target for law enforcement in regards to what the new expectations are, what we're able to do, what's now being allowed. There's been a change in regards to not having judicial warrants versus having administrative warrants. So again, this is a big moving target. And I'll give it back to Jesse.
Can I ask wait, I should check. Do you want us to interrupt to ask questions or just wait till the end? Can I have a clarifying question about the change in warrants to enter houses? So my understanding was that was an internal memo that was leaked and has not been tested by the courts. So then are we still enforcing the constitutional expectation of a judicial warrant is needed for agents to enter a house?
Would you like to repeat that?
Okay.
Please, Mayor.
Yeah, so what is the practice that we are going to use, are we, at this point, are we still going to uphold precedent of a judicial warrant being needed for federal agents or to enter a house?
Well, that again becomes kind of that loaded question where the Supremacy Act, where's that thin line? Obviously, for us at a local level, we will always have a judicial warrant if we're executing to enter a house. Again, how that applies to, in this case, ICE is undetermined. Whether we can intervene or not, again, this is kind of that moving target. I know there's several lawsuits that are coming out against ICE, and we'll have to see what the restrictions are placed by federal judges in regards to the memo.
Okay, I'm going to switch to Counselor Faulkner, and then I might come back with a follow-up.
Can I ask the question maybe with a different framework? If ICE is contending that a judicial warrant is not needed and an administrative warrant is fine, and they show up at city offices, what are we following? Are we following judicial precedent in the Constitution, or are we bound to what internal memos at ICE now say?
So we would probably ask to see the warrant first. If they don't produce one, we would probably object, but we wouldn't interfere at this point. We would document. Again, the goal would be is to accumulate enough information and follow suit with a lot of other cities filing lawsuits against the federal government.
So we would not stop ICE agents from entering private, what we now have marked as non-public internal rooms within the city. We would not stop them from entering the premises if they produced an administrative warrant.
I think we could seek some additional legal clarification about that, but our understanding is that the internal memo essentially was ICE authorizing themselves to enter into these areas. That's what an administrative warrant is, as opposed to a judicial warrant. I think some of the considerations we'd have to keep in mind is, what is the situation? What's the context? Is there safety, employee safety involved? And what the specific request of the ICE officer is. It's kind of an uncharted area because the legal precedent has always been a judicial warrant, and all of the training that we had previously was to ask for or ask to produce a judicial warrant, and that an administrative warrant was not sufficient. And now ICE has come out with this memo, and so I think we need to seek some additional clarification. But it's we have to consider our employee safety, but also consider the situation. What's the situation that they're requesting it?
Yeah, so I think my follow-up would be, lots of things, but that information was leaked, right? So it wasn't like it was cooperatively shared between jurisdictions saying, hey, we've updated our procedures. So, I mean, at this point, can't you say like, hey, we haven't received that from the federal government, so we're going to operate on a judicial warrant? I'm just kind of curious about that because it's a leaked memo. But I would definitely like to have more guidance from our attorney. And I also think, I want to figure out too, if we need to advocate for an attorney that specializes in federal lawsuits for cities to use. That's one of the things in my proposal to the district or the attorney general. But we got to figure that out because I don't know. I'm just baffled right now. Councilor Gustafson.
I had a clarifying question. Jesse, when we're talking about the administrative warrants, and you said ICE sent the memo, who makes the decision on whether there's an administrative warrant or not? Is that ICE that makes that decision? And are they boxed into the criteria that there has to be in order to create an administrative warrant?
So the criteria is pretty open-ended in regards to if you're the ICE agent in charge, you can fulfill that administrative warrant how you please. So there are no really guiding rules in regards to the administrative warrant. So as a supervisor of an ICE team, you could sign that administrative warrant and fill it in as you see fit. That seems to be some of the practice that's going on.
Okay, I love ambiguity. So in a case like that, what's to stop them from making whatever, for my house, for your house, anybody's house, that's one of them. And then the other one is, yes, on the attorney piece, I would love to hear what that's going to look like, or if it's going to look like, right? Because that, for me, it's already like at a huge level, right? That just takes it even more over the top. That's insane. So I would really like to make sure that we keep close eye on that, and even send information to the council if you can, so that we have a chance to chew on it.
Go ahead, Councilor Schimmel.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Henry, but what I hear you say is you're delineating the legal question from the situation. That the situation, to avoid a fatal incident, you would collect information and pass it on to through the legal process. But in this situation, you would not cause a lethal action, especially in a public building when there's other people around.
That would be correct.
And I agree with that. I think it's important to delineate that, and that withstanding our codification, that I would want you to do what was in the public safety interest and collect the information and let the attorneys work out the rest.
Go ahead. Sorry, Jesse.
So these are just, as the chief mentioned, this is an evolving situation, and so we added this slide just to give some current updates on some of the kind of legal framework. State of Minnesota versus Kristi Noem. There's a current lawsuit that was filed by the state of Minnesota. The basis of the lawsuit was a violation of the anti-commandeering doctrine. The harm that was alleged was to public safety, local police, and the community. 35 counties and cities across the nation, including Oregon, have filed what's called an amici curiae brief. So that lawsuit is currently pending. We discussed the internal ICE memo that asserts federal immigration officers may enter private homes and areas with an administrative warrant with a final order of removal and without a judicial warrant. This is a departure from the longstanding practice that previously required a judicial warrant. And then recently, the U.S. Department of Justice issued grand jury subpoenas to state and local officials in Minnesota seeking records and investigating whether they obstructed or impeded federal law enforcement. Some additional background at the January 16th, 2026 City Council meeting. There were some topics that were brought up for discussion. And that's part of the purpose of tonight's meeting is for local law enforcement. What role in evidence preservation and investigation may the local police do? What conditions, if any, can local law enforcement intervene? There was some discussion about scenario-based planning regarding communications plans and the role of a large-scale event. There's the council wanted a staff update on the sanctuary city ordinance implementation, and then I think it was just general updates from the council on things and efforts that they may be doing as well. The next slide. Hand it back to the chief.
So right now, we're trying to work with the Portland Police Bureau as well as the District Attorney's Office over in Multnomah County on the shooting there and look at best practices. As you know, we convene monthly with all the chiefs and the sheriff and the DA's office. So hopefully, at our next meeting, which is hosted by us, We'll have this discussion again on what they were allowed to do during that scene, what were the restrictions. And again, also look at some of the new rhetoric coming out of the White House in regards to letting Minnesota now do an investigation on the shooting. Again, there's some caveats if and when they're going to let them do that or how they can do it. Again, we're kind of following all these situations and trying to come up with a benchmark for all law enforcement in Washington County on procedural practices if we have an officer-involved shooting with an ICE agent in any of our communities. Again, what we're learning so far is the supremacy clause keeps us from actively engaging. I hate using that. I'm sorry, I probably use that term a lot, but unfortunately it's there and it does definitely circumvent the amount of things we get to do or cannot do based within our own legal authority. And also intervention, we are working on communication protocols. I think Jim's going to cover that. Again, I just mentioned our law enforcement council efforts with all the chiefs and sheriffs. Again, looking at what would be the best practice for us if an OIC officer-involved shooting does occur within one of our jurisdictions. And Jim, I think you have the next one.
Counselor Schimmel.
So it's
I'm
been,
trying to move real quickly there, sir.
Our district attorney has been promising this protocol for months. Is there any timeline where we're going to see that?
No. To be upfront and honest, we're working on it. He's working on it. I actually had some conversations with Kevin Barton today. Again, it's a moving target where we think we're in one place and then something else happens, and then now we're revamping and restructuring and looking at what those practices or intervention points might be. So it's not like we're procrastinating at all. It may seem like
No,
it.
I know it's not you.
No, I'm not saying you, but in
Upstairs.
regards to, we understand bureaucracy is slow sometimes, but this is much different than the typical bureaucratic scenario.
All right, good evening. I'm going to try and be as concise as I can in reminding the council what the EOP is and the EOC and the IAP. Really large documents and a lot of information, but I'll be as concise as I can. The Emergency Operations Plan outlines the basic strategies, assumptions, operational objectives, and mechanisms through which the city will mobilize resources and conduct activities to guide and support emergency management efforts. The EOP is an operations-based plan that addresses evacuation, sheltering, post-disaster response and recovery, deployment of resources, communications, and public information processes. It serves as the foundation for emergency response within the city and delineates coordination before, during, and after events occur. The Incident Action Plan, also known as the IAP, is a formal written plan that outlines the objectives, strategies, tactics, resources, and assignments for managing an emergency or event during a specified operational period. The IAP serves as the central roadmap, communicating clear guidance and expectations to all incident personnel, partners, and stakeholders to ensure a coordinated, effective response. Among other items, the IAP includes an emergency communications plan and a medical plan. Next slide, please. The Emergency Operations Center, also known as the EOC, is physically located at the city's fire station. The EOC can be activated administratively, and when activated, the EOC houses all key players who have a role in the operational structure. The EOC is designed specifically to support the incident. The EOC is generally composed of what is shown on this slide, to include the incident commander, operations section chief, planning section chief, logistics section chief, and the finance section chief. Next slide. This is an example of information flow for an EOC. The information is gathered by the on-scene PIO and provided to the EOC PIO, who then provides and discusses the information with the EOC incident commander, who may provide the information to the city manager and the executive/policy group. A message is developed and provided to the media by one or more designated spokespersons for the city. Next slide. This is the executive policy group. It's important to note that the EOC, the EOP, and the IEP, they're scalable and adaptable to the incident. It's not a one-size-fits-all. The executive policy group is generally composed of the mayor, city manager, emergency manager, and applicable department heads. The mayor and city manager liaise with the city council. Line of policy succession is mayor, council president, and city manager. Next. City council key responsibilities. These are some roles for city council. These are examples. They aren't solely restricted to a response to an emergency and may take place as a component of mitigation, planning, or recovery. So these may not be pertinent to just an incident response. They could be before or after. To provide fiscal support and policy level guidance to the EOC, issue policy statements as needed to support recovery and response, act as a liaison to community when the EOC is activated, act as a liaison for local, county, state, and federal elected leaders, encourage and assist with resident involvement and assistance, establish strong working relationships with all partners, lead and encourage residents to take preparedness actions. And to continue on, the mayor may declare an emergency if exigent circumstances exist. The council declares an emergency or ratifies mayoral declaration within 14 days. Act on emergency funding requests, adopt an emergency operations plan or other emergency resolutions. City council has the authority to establish expenditure limits, and the city manager has authority to allocate within expenditure limits.
That concludes our presentation.
Counselor, Counselor Falconer.
I have a follow-up for Chief about concerns that stem from, what I'm hearing is that ICE federal agents aren't necessarily communicating with local law enforcement. Their plans to do immigration enforcement anywhere. And if you're not getting those communications, if you're not informed about potential operations here in the city of Forest Grove, how do we verify if there's a call from a resident for assistance because, maybe they don't trust that the person performing the enforcement is in fact who they say they are. They're wearing masks. I could go buy the same vest at a store right now if I wanted to. People could impersonate these officers. And so I guess my question is, how are local law enforcement supposed to know either? And would you respond if a call came for help and you responded to, reported ICE activity? Would one of the steps be to verify that they are in fact who they say they are?
So the few encounters that we've had within our police department, they did identify themselves as ICE agents. But you're correct, they don't call us if they're doing a sting or a directed target or not notified. But so far, knock on wood, they have identified themselves and showed credentials at least twice now for us. Once was during the accident and one was on one of the other scenes.
So that is standard officers are requesting that information then when they.
But again, they don't have to give it to us. But again, they're lately, at least watching a lot of videos, again, as I mentioned, I watch a lot of the news feeds. They are appropriately marked as federal agents to include wearing hard shields. Because you're right, they can buy a vest, but again, certain insignia that they wear would be difficult for them to get, including a hard badge.
But did I hear you say that they're not required to identify themselves to you?
No.
Any other questions? I think I have a couple, and then anyone can interrupt me when. So right now within our, I don't know if it's part of our code or ordinance, but is there a code? Do you know, is there a police code that's being used to report ICE, like, or any situations with ICE in Forest Grove? Like, I guess what I'm asking is, how are we tracking? You know, one of the things, I think the goals I heard from the council was to be able to track ICE in Forest Grove. And so can we create a code,
So,
like digits to search? And that way we can see, you know, law enforcement can share that and say, here's the code, this is how many, this is what's going on. And you can report it to our partners regionally.
we are, if we're notified, we are reporting those, our dispatch center, which dispatches for Washington, now has a drop-down code for immigration.
Is that a regional code? Is that the same code as Washington County using that same code?
Yes, because our
Okay.
dispatch center is all
Goes through.
Washington County.
Okay. Another, or can we just ask questions and say different things about the ordinance? If you'd like, go for it.
So as part of the sanctuary city ordinance that council passed, it does mandate that staff submit public records requests of federal agencies associated with federal ICE enforcement action. So if we do become apprised of a particular action and we have some verification that it occurred, then we will submit a public records request.
I feel like you teed me up perfectly, because my next question was going to be, I would like to do a public records request right now from or asking of all people, citizens and non-citizens who have been detained in the city. I would like that information. And I thought that was through our ordinance. So thank you for confirming that on my notes.
And I think commensurate with that, yes, we would keep track, obviously, of the public records requests, what the request is for, et cetera, synonymous with what the chief was mentioning in terms of available data through Washington County Communications.
Okay, and I have one more question on our code. I believe the code says that we're not supporting federal actions towards immigration. Correct? That's sanctuary city. So I would like to know, I want to follow the money. And I would like to look at go through our auditor's office or reports to see where our money is going, who has our contracts, and make sure we are not supporting any company that is financing or funding immigration or ICE activities. Because I think that's like part of our step. So if we know the company is aiding in surveillance, aiding in financially funding surveillance, doing whatever, we have to stop spending city money on that. Yeah, and so that's about the ordinance. Those are my notes I had, kind of questions. Are there any other, I was not meaning to start. Go ahead, Councilor Gustafson.
First, the website with all the information, it's great. I love it. It looks fantastic. And I love your idea about, who we're spending city money on. So I just wanted to support you in that. I know, Jim, you talked about the emergency plan. Is there anything and I doubt it, I think we have everything covered in that plan, but is there anything about the situation that we are in now, or kind of tweaks and differences that might happen type of situation to type of situation that we need to kind of micro plan a little bit preemptively? Or do you think everything is covered in the plan enough so that when something specific does happen, we're just going straight to the plan and we've got our list?
Yeah, thank you. There is one thing that we could do, and we've discussed it, and I mentioned it briefly here, is the incident action plan. The incident action plan has several parts to it. It's a booklet, and it's created for each operational period of the incident. It's scalable. It lists the objectives for the incident, the communications for the incident, safety briefing, components like that. There are a few of those components that we could prepare in anticipation of an incident. And it's a little bit difficult to create the entire IAP because it's dependent on what the incident is. But we could create a portion of that and then, if necessary, pull it out and finish the creation of it.
Counselor Schimmel.
I just want to piggyback on an important point Councilor Gustafson was bringing up is that this is like the pandemic in that it's going to be protracted. So that's more of a pluralistic emergency it might resemble the same question of if it's a multi-year, what's that burden on the emergency management system and your staff and your ability to sustain other city service, meeting the needs of our city beyond just the immigration piece.
Right now, there's no burden. I mean, there's been no request to open the EOC and no directive really. There isn't an incident to respond to right now as far as fire is concerned, and I don't see a burden.
A clarification question going back to the code. If ICE makes contact with local law enforcement, can we get that reported back to the council? Or anytime local law enforcement interfaces with ICE, I would like to have like updates on that. I would like to know. Is that part of our expectation of the code, or can we ask for that? I don't know if I have consensus on that, but I think it's really important that we know what's going on and that there's a that we're cooperating between the governing body, local law enforcement, what's happening federally. So
I'm not sure if this, one of the things that the Oregon Sanctuary Ordinance says and what the city sanctuary ordinance says is that our local law enforcement cannot assist ICE. And so depending on what that potential interaction may be, I think our local law enforcement would have to be careful to make sure, and it also, the city code requires us to report violations of the Oregon Sanctuary Promise Act. And so I think we'd have to.
Well, that's why I want it reported back to us. If ICE is contacting local law enforcement, I want to know about it. I'm not saying that I do not want them working with them.
Yeah.
I'm saying that I just want to be made aware of it.
There are reporting provisions in the code that require we have to report exceptions to or violations of the Oregon Sanctuary Promise Act. We have to report, of course, the public records requests. If there's something that City Council would like us to
No,
report.
but so is that like, okay, I don't think I'm clarifying what I want. Is that that report is going to someone else, I presume. Can that also be reported to the council? Is that part of it? Is that report going to come to the governing body?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Sorry if I was not clearly asking that. Go ahead, Councilor Schimmel.
I think you raise a critical gap is data. I know just from reading numerous sources that the city's police interaction is minimal at best. If that awareness comes from external sources like Indivisible, Forest Grove, and PERC, and others. So I don't know how best to close that gap if this emergency response system would aid in that. I'd much prefer a statewide emergency to activate a whole apparatus that would help improve the data provision, but the absence of data is a real inhibitor for us making good policy. And I understand, and Councilor Falconer might be a better one to answer the idea of data from residential or external groups being accepted as evidence for litigation. but I know there's there's some distinction between a public, a municipal source versus public source. I don't know. So that the challenge is we don't have data to inform us about what's really going on. And oftentimes it's latent, like we learned in the last meeting or a month later about a serious incident. But that's one area I hope we can explore is, how do we shore up some of the data sources so we have a better awareness of what's going on in the community. But I want to understand that from the standpoint of, staff impact to go pinpoint where sources are and how we can collect that.
Okay. I want to, as we have about half an hour left. And so I want to make sure, is there any more feedback or questions on what staff reported on tonight? Is there anything else you need from staff? Because I would like to be able to spend some time talking about topics for the next work session or things you would like staff to explore or bring back. It's really important, I think, to this council, and I don't mean to speak for the council, but what I've been hearing is that we want action and we want to keep making strategic steps to protect our community. And so I want to make sure that we give time to give staff direction on what we'd like them to look at and what we'd like to consider for the next meeting.
One more question on
Yeah.
the presentation.
Go ahead, Councilor Schimmel.
What are the standards or qualifiers for activating the emergency management system?
There really aren't any identified standards. I mean, if the incident is going to last for more than one operational period, meaning 12 to 24 hours, that could be a reason to open the EOC. If there's a recovery necessity, then that would be a recovery necessity or operation that was going to last for a series of days. That would be a reason why. If there was a need to support the emergency workers in the field for a number of days or one or more operational periods, that could be a reason why. So it's scalable and it's dependent on what the incident is.
Well, maybe I'll pivot that question to my colleagues. Is what would be our standards? I hope it wouldn't be body count. That it would be at least readiness to activate. If we don't activate it right away, just to have the process and system set up, ready to be responsive. I'd welcome some feedback.
So when I brought this, and I'm just going to speak for myself, I'm feeling a lot of anxiety for my community and for myself. And so for me, when I'm anxious, I like to have a plan. I like to make sure that things that I'm in control of, that we have thought it out so we are able to act. We're able to act to support our community. And so having the emergency plan and the EOC ready to go and making sure staff had gone through that was not because I want to have to use it. It's because I want to make sure that if we are in the terrible situation, we have to use it, that the people who are in charge, that we are calm, we are cool, and we're ready to go for our community. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that was the kind of the key to making, my thought process. Councilor Faulkner.
The way I was reading the report, and even some of these slides, I guess my question is, do we need or want consensus around sort of, like it looked to me like it was sort of a proposal that this is what one would look like. Do you need that? Do you need a discussion on that for these types of activities?
I think it was already the plan. It's just when to activate it. Is that correct?
Okay.
Well, I'll let Jesse say. I don't think we do, but
I think the intent of tonight's presentation was just to kind of more clearly define what the council's roles and responsibilities are, how
Okay,
the activation may or may not occur and under what circumstances, who would be, how the communications plan would work and flow, any potential medical plans. I think it's also, safe to say, kind of building on the previous question, we are already talking about some contingency planning. And I think in response, oftentimes what a municipality can do in these types of scenarios is do a little bit of tabletop exercises, kind of ask some what ifs, because there's different scenarios for different situations. And so it's important to kind of consider what all of those scenarios may be, and then do some contingency planning associated with it. When would you activate it? Under what circumstances? Who would be in what positions associated with the Emergency Operations Center? More acutely and specifically, how would the communications plan work? I think we've got the framework here. It's just a matter of doing, I think, some additional contingency planning and maybe tabletop exercising to become even more familiar with it than what we are now.
Counselor Schimmel.
Well, I'd be a proponent of filling in the framework and then leveraging the mechanism where the mayor can activate it in a pinch, and Jesse can move things along, and then come back to us for the
Yeah.
But I'd want to fill in the framework with names or what have you. If there's, I'm sorry, I don't mean to take your presiding officer.
No, but are you saying
that's I'm proposing that we have them fill in the framework and that we leverage the latitude that the mayor has to activate.
How does the council feel about Counselor Schimmel's proposal? Is there a consensus to do that? Thumbs up or thumbs down? I see 2 thumbs up. Or, okay, so there's consensus to do that. Yeah.
Sorry. So that's okay. I wasn't up very high. Did I just turn that off? So obviously we're all talking to the community because you're feeling the angst as much as I am. And I know, we're kind of under a lot of pressure here. And the community is so strong. We want to make sure that we figure out everything that we can in order to be able to kind of control the situation that's uncontrollable. But one thing when we're talking about the health of our community, I keep looking at you, but I'm talking to everybody. What else can we do besides this to work on the mental health of our community? Is there anything else that we can do to, I don't want to say distract people, but to a certain extent, increase a positive somewhere? And I don't have a solution, right? But how can we as a city increase a positive and help people with the stress that it's bringing on, the mental health, the lack of wanting to go out and have any fun? It's just something to think about as a city, because it's health and wellness too.
I appreciate those comments, Councilor Gustafson, and I, want to shout out the great community organizations we have that do that and our partners. And I think too, I spent a good chunk of the last week and weekend writing the first draft of probably many drafts of the state of the city. And, that's the messaging, is that we are still moving their vision forward. We're still working with the partners, and we're trying to become resilient, right? We're trying to do all these things. And I think that, but I don't want to go on and on, but I do think you're spot on. Okay, I would like to now, if we can, any ideas or things that you would like direction for the next work session, things that you would like staff to look at and bring back to the council, things we need to chew on, with the goal of, resiliency. Councilor Falconer.
I don't know how much time it would take staff, but the Oregon legislature has sort of unveiled their agenda for so I guess maybe my request, and I hope you all will agree, is that we spend some time tracking that legislation and supporting it when appropriate. So I think we should add that to the next couple of meetings as sort of a standing item.
Yeah, so what I'm going to, okay, let's figure out how to facilitate this. Let's just do it as you go. So there was a request by Councilor Falconer to support legislation from the Oregon State Legislature that aligns with our sanctuary code And I think, it has to do with masks and different things. Is there consensus to track that and be ready to support that? Thumbs up for consensus. Yeah, I see the head nod and 4, so we're going to move on. There's consensus with that. Councilor Falconer, did you have any other thoughts, or are you good to?
That's the one I'm thinking.
And I think too, maybe just even bringing back the legislation at the next work session to
Right now, I think they're just concepts.
there. Yeah, and I. Okay, great. Council President Valenzuela, do you have any? I was just going to go around the.
No, just grateful to the people that in this community that are stepping up when they don't really have to because they don't have, anything to worry about. But they are stepping up. And the mental health issue that you mentioned, I'm very concerned about our youth because they're having to stay home to go back to pandemic times, studying there, and for a young person, for every human being, just having that social life, that interaction, it's immensely important. So I'm just really proud of everything we're doing, and thank you for the work that you're doing to lead us through this.
Thank you, Council President. Councilor Schimmel.
Yeah, the urgency is just a supplement to Councilor Falconer's suggestion about to establish some standards for enforceable action that we lean into our legislative leaders on. A document I sent late last week on page 1 includes what I would suggest, at least as a draft of enforceable standards involving legalities, staffing, compliance, free of municipal liability, operational, realistic, de-escalatory, and design, so forth. So I think it's important that we're not just tracking, but we're advocating for that they meet standards and we actually score it. Because the consequence of not doing that is unfunded mandates that actually put our community in more peril.
Thank you. I'm gonna, and I don't mean to cut in, but I'm just gonna give a little update. I wrote a letter to the MMC Executive Board. The MMC, sorry for all the letters, at least it's not all vowels, but is the Metropolitan Mayors Consortium. And I asked, because I've been granted some permission from you all to advocate and work in behalf. So it was a letter asking their assistance in seeking formal guidance from the Oregon Attorney General regarding how cities should respond to the presence and actions of federal immigration enforcement agents, including U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And I had this letter. I have not heard back from the MMC, but I would ask you, this council, if we could send it to the Attorney General from the Forest Grove City Council. The guidelines, and I would be willing, obviously willing to add things that with consensus, but my specific guidance, and again, I wrote this a week and a half ago, so it might even be a little bit out of date with the speed in which things are happening, was seeking guidance on the following questions. Local law enforcement authority. Under what circumstances, if any, may local law enforcement intervene or engage with when federal immigration agents are operating within the city's jurisdiction? 2, the role of the Oregon National Guard. What is the role of the Oregon National Guard, if any, in such situations? 3, evidence preservation. What does appropriate local evidence preservation look like to prevent federal actions from shutting out local law enforcement or undermining local investigations? 4, state and local partnerships and protection of resources and rights. How can the Attorney General's office work collaboratively with cities to represent municipal needs, protect against the loss of local resources when cities are impacted by ICE activities? So I'm asking you all if it's okay if I send this letter on behalf of the Forest Grove City Council.
I support that.
And is there anything, Councilor Schimmel, I did not want to overstep your comments. Is there anything that you think from anyone on this group or in this group that I have forgotten? I think these are some of talking to city staff, talking to other mayors in the region. These are some of the things that we are grappling with. These are the barriers of protecting our community and following the Constitution.
I just have a question. Going back a little bit, and I apologize for that. I'm still a little bit under the weather, guys. So, when there is an incident report, let's say you report if an officer, local police, does not follow the sanctuary laws, correct? Where does that information go? Where do you report it, basically? Any of these things
We reported to the council.
to us?
The city code requires that if there's any violations of the Oregon Sanctuary Promise Act, that we track it and that we report it
Okay.
to the city.
And to the Attorney General.
Yeah, and to the Attorney General.
That's okay.
I'm not
That's
going
the
to
one.
finish
Okay.
this
Oh,
statement.
sorry, I thought you meant
Because-
publicly reporting. Yeah, we
what
would
are-
also submit it to the Attorney General. Yeah.
I would still ask if you want to look through that document to look at the enforceability standards suggested. The thing that concerns me when our language suggests merely that the police is authorized to do something is that there's no practical way for our current police force to even be present. The timeframes when ICE is most active is when we have 3 officers on deck. Is just an impracticable practical ask. What we need from the state or county are tactical resources or specialized units to be responsive to a very unique need.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit. They're going to say our staffing limitations is not part of in their, I would assume, right? Like that's not in, like that's up to us to fund.
Immigration enforcement is not in our purview either.
I know, but so what if let me finish. So that's why I feel like I know government is slow and it's frustrating and there's no time to be slow, but I split up those 2 questions. Was what is the role of the local law enforcement? And then my question 4 is about protection of resources and rights. So funding, right? How can we protect against the loss of local resources when cities are impacted? Like that's the question about lawsuits, about funding, about the cost that's of cities too. Go ahead, Councilor Schimmel. And then
So what do we stop doing? What staff gets diverted to law enforcement to be in a practical way of doing that? Again, we have 3 officers on duty when ICE is active. And I've done a drive along. I see where they have they're not only out on their car, they have to come back and generate reports. And if we have to divert resources away from the 60 calls a day, people die by other means. Mm-hmm. So there's just no practical way. We need additional resources. If we have to do it within our means, then the question for us is, what do we stop doing? Do we shut down the Parks and Rec to shift the financial resource over? Those are the tough questions I think we got to get into if we imagine that there's any chance of it.
do you think that resource question is not for the Attorney General, but because I have another letter, but for the governor? I mean, is that, I think that's, go ahead. No, Councilor.
That was going to be my comment, is that I think that the questions that you're asking for us to send to the Attorney General are different than the question you're asking, which is because even the governor doesn't, spend money. The legislature has to do that.
Right.
And so that I feel like that's different. And I hear you, and obviously, I also think that, the question about authority is one thing. How we would implement that and how we would fund it is a completely different question.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It goes
I
in.
can't be concerned what Henry's authorized to do if he can't practically do it, and we signal to the community that we're doing something in no practical way.
I'm concerned with it because I'm concerned with the legality and what we're allowed to do. Because when we look at this administrative warrant. When we hear updates, and I don't want to speak for the community, I'm just going to speak for myself. Like the very first hurdle, the very first barrier that we have to leap over is that we have to be allowed, we have to know that we're not asking our employees and our law enforcement or city staff to go against the Constitution. Like we have to know that we are not putting them in a situation where they are breaking the law. And so for me, again, I have to break it into parts. I have to slow it down and I have to say, what can I do to answer this question to move us forward? I'm not saying this is the end of it. I'm saying this is the letter to get this question. So then now we have the next question of how do we fund it? How do we, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I'm doing it correctly. I'm just trying to do something.
And I'm offering suggestions on what that is. It's a tandem thing. Is
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out who would you like us to write the letter to state that? Because I don't think it's the Attorney General.
well, let's say it's to the House and Senate majority leaders as well as our local representatives.
So local, which I think would you want to draft that letter and bring it back to the next work session? Well, I
Sure,
don't want
but
to try to do it
it's-
because I'm going to be like pretty upfront that, I don't want to try to interpret what you are wanting into my own words when I might not clearly understand and then mess it up. And so if we can divide up some of the responsibility and then it'll be more clear, I also think.
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that, but next work session is too late. It's the end of the legislative session. I mean, they need it now. I mean, I could draft something. I sent something last week that provides the standards and some other language. I mean, I could work with you on it, but it needs to be done this month to have any effect on the legislative session because they're already writing bills.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Faulkner.
Well, I think we said that we would set this standing meeting unless we needed another one. And so I think we can always add it to the next meeting. So I don't really know. I mean, I think that this council needs to, you basically read your letter. I think you got consensus to write it. I think we would need to read your letter. And so I think that we can add this.
Do we want to have, I haven't looked at next month's agenda. I'm treading water. But can we switch our standing meeting to the first meeting in February instead of the second meeting in February?
If the council would like to either switch or to add a meeting, we can do that. We can accommodate it on the schedule.
Okay.
Yeah, my suggestion was to simply add that
Okay.
one item
Just add that one item
to the next meeting.
to the next meeting. Councilor Gusson.
So I agree, you're both right. But you're going to continue with this letter because we've all approved it. And so I think the timing will be good because you do need to kind of know the answers to these questions in order, the next phase is finding out how we can accommodate what we're going to need to do whatever the answers are to those questions. So if we start with that, and I'd love to see Councilor Schimmel.
Since you have the mic, do you have let's just do this. Let's finish up your ideas and we'll keep moving. What? Yeah. Oh, you're good? Okay, so Councilor Martinez. Okay. In addition to what I already said, and I'm sorry for interrupting you, Councilor Schimmel, I would like to see our attorney. So what my understanding is, there's a legal research portal called PACER, which carries all federal pleadings. And I would like our attorney to research cases brought forward dealing with federal agents and immigration and ICE. So find out the attorney suing them, reach out to them, and see if we can join. We don't need to see if we can join at this point, but I would like those lawsuits brought back to council at the next work session, so we can see if those are things we want to become a part of. And Councilor Faulkner, while I'm looking at my notes, go ahead.
Real quick, I just want to ask a question whether, I think that could involve that might require an executive session. So I just want to be sure about that.
Oh, okay. Good point. Well, bring it back and let us know if it does.
We'll
Or, like,
inquire
look
with
into
the
it.
city attorney's office whether it would or would not require an executive session and then schedule appropriately.
And then I don't know if, this is just an idea, maybe I'll take it to my Washington County Mayor's group or the MMC, but I don't know if this group is, but I think at some point we should reach out to the Minneapolis mayor, see how we can support him. And, if he has time at any point, what he can help teach us so we can prepare. Just for reach out in cooperation. Maybe even just the notes. I mean, I kind of get consensus to write a letter saying, hey, the Forest Grove City Council is with you. We support your efforts to support the Constitution. Please let us know if you need anything from us. Is there consensus from that? I see 1, 2. Okay. Those are the things I had. I'm going to pass it to Councilor Gustafson. We have about 9 minutes left. We're doing really good.
Perfect. One of the things I wanted to bring up, and we might already understand that out one of the previous meetings that we had, we talked about how we're going to react to everything that's going on, what can we do, and we talked about the risk. The risk of whatever actions that we take, whether positive consequence, negative consequence, and then what each of those risks, what's the consequence of that risk, and what's our appetite for accepting the consequences to those risks. So is that a process we're still going to follow through with when we're really assessing the risks of our actions? Because we have, and we're talking about, enforcing the law while breaking the law to enforce the law. So when we're talking about breaking the Constitution by not following the rules of supremacy, we're then allowing them to break the Constitution and putting people at risk here. So if we're going to enforce a Constitution to combat other people breaking the Constitution, what is our risk? See, there's all these different things that we had talked about before, where we talked about the risks, talking to the attorney about the risks, and then assessing our appetite for those consequences.
Oh, people are on video. So I don't think right now at this point there's any consensus to break the Constitution. I think there's okay. Well, I'm just
Do not
yeah.
say that. I didn't.
No, okay, put it on.
I did not say that we should break the Constitution.
No. And I didn't think I said that. I just said that there has been no consensus for us to do that. I think the consensus I'm hearing is that we need guidelines. We need guidance from the Attorney General in understanding how to navigate this turmoil, right? And so I think once we have guidance and we make decisions on what best works for us based on the risk, all those things, right? So for me, it's just trying to move forward and then being able to, make the best educated decision we can. So, yeah, I think the attorney was on standby tonight, but based on the present, and we can always, if you guys want the attorney here for every meeting, we can. But I think when I talked to Jesse, it was if there was legal questions or we had some things, then pay the attorney to be here to go over them. But I'm going to be real honest with you too, and that's kind of this point about not having someone to represent us on this issue. Our attorney is not used to this type of situation, right? This is not land use. This is not things of that nature. So we kind of got to figure that out too. There's lots to figure out.
Yeah, I would like to make a comment about that. I think it's immensely important that we have the guidance from someone that specializes in, in immigration and, these kind of deals. This is a whole different thing for all of us, and we need good answers. We need, the exactitude of the answers of what the law says. And it's important that we are seeking guidance from, someone that, that understands this very well.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's a risk.
Yeah, for sure. Any other comments We did really good. We have 25 minutes left. So I'm going to, and I want to put this on the record because I make mistakes often. This was a work session, and work sessions are, there's no public comment taken, and the council will make no formal action or take no formal action. I did not say that at the beginning of the meeting, so we're going to say it at the end. And I'm going to adjourn this work session and give staff a minute to change positions. I was like, you're good. Okay. Okay. We got, Council President, we got it 20 minutes in. I'd like to call to order this work session of the Forest Grove City Council. The topic of tonight's work session is on the development code. We have our City Council President and our community development staff. Please remember that no public comment will be taken and the council will take no formal action. And I will turn it over to our I will turn it over to our senior planner, Matthew Johnson.
Thank you. All right. So some of these slides, the purpose, the vision plan, and background were all part of the previous work session. Nothing has changed in terms of our purpose in being here. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So in terms of our background, so we last met on our work session on the 12th, and we received consensus on the following items. And stop me, please, if this is not correct, but from what staff received from council, we received a consensus on the addition of comprehensive plan target densities, the revised definition of residential building height, the revisions to the ADU standards to where we are having a greater allowance for ADUs to match the existing allowance for non-habitable residential accessory structures, and then for attached ADUs, instead of that being a percentage of the home, for that to be at the max for what would be a detached ADU, that 720 square feet of floor area. We reached consensus on a clarification of townhome setbacks and clarification of historic review for garage standards, and as well as an additional statement for private restrictions, covenants and restrictions. Next slide, please. More consensus items. These were non-residential use regulations. We are now going to allow office uses in a neighborhood mixed-use zone, and we will also swap the building and structure definitions. Next slide. We also reached consensus to allow the delay of sidewalk construction in certain cases for subdivision development. We also updated a state revised statute number for cannabis facilities. Those were all of our consensus items. And are there any questions or discussion on those?
Any questions, discussion on the consensus items? Just a friendly reminder, this is a continuation of the work session we had at the last meeting that we just didn't. There's a couple things we wanted to think about and come back to. Okay, so go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so this was the last thing that we did not discuss from our previous work session. We are going to revisit some of the other things that we discussed in depth, but this is the last item that we did not touch on from our previous work session. So we are going to incorporate mandatory adjustments. So we are going to revise the existing adjustments section to incorporate the required mandatory adjustments and ultimately allow for more flexibility of development standards specific to housing development projects. So SB 1537 from the 2024 legislative session requires local governments to grant adjustments to specific development and design standards applied to the development of housing if an application meets certain standards or certain conditions, excuse me. So what is an adjustment? It's a mechanism within the code that allows for greater flexibility when attempting to meet the requirements of the development code. So things like height maximums, building setback minimums. Currently our code allows for adjustments to any development project, not just housing, but any development project up to 20% of the standard for building height, setbacks, and lot coverage. All right, so this is how our A and B is our code today. So again, those apply to existing those apply to any development project. It doesn't have to be exclusive to housing. You can currently request up to 20% of the setback standard height or lot coverage. C is what we're incorporating is the mandatory adjustments that's specific to a housing development project. So what that means is a developer that is seeking to develop a housing subdivision or housing complex that has a minimum density of 6 units per acre, they are allowed to request up to 10 of these adjustments. And it's something that they must justify. So it's similar to a land use application where, you know, they can't just ask for it and get it. They have to prove how it's going to allow a greater production of housing, whether that's in terms of numbers or incorporating an affordability component. They have to submit to staff narratives and other supporting documentation on why they should be granted these mandatory adjustments.
Do they just have to meet one of the criteria to get the adjustment? Because you said there's like reasons they can get it. So is it just one
Yeah,
and done?
It could,
It's like a
correct.
check, they had this one additional unit so they can have the adjustment.
Right. They have to prove that the adjustment would allow in a greater production of housing on the site, and not just that, it's just going to be cheaper for them to do, or that they don't want to do. They have to prove that it is providing more housing or more affordable housing. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
It's on them to prove to staff that it is warranted and not just something that they're just asking for. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how does staff decide if it's warranted? Like, is it just they showed this one, you know, like, is it just a check, or is there a scoring rubric, or is there a percentage, or like, do they just have a conversation with you? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like,
a
if
written narrative, yeah, it's
if you have an employee that, yeah, if there's all new employees and this is our code, and someone comes in, the employee's just, I mean, is it just a conversation? Like, I guess I'm a little bit like,
a
I don't
conversation
understand.
that is submitted to us through a narrative. So yes, they have to put the burden of proof on paper and submit to staff when they're requesting this mandatory adjustment. There is no rubric or
Scoring
scoring
sheet.
sheet in terms of
And if
how
staff,
it's-
okay, got it.
Very similar to kind of what we have right now, where we have, you know, A and B are existing mandatory adjustments, or existing adjustments in our code, where it's sort of some sort of justification that would, you know, require, or that would sort of require reduced setbacks, or reduced building height, or increased building height, or something like that. It's then part of a record. If they do go through a type 2 process under our code right now, that's an appealable thing. So, I mean, notice gets sent to the property owners on them. And it's appealable. So that justification for those adjustments under existing code, appealable. These are a little bit different. These are a type 1 process. They are not appealable for any property owners, but they are appealable by the applicant if they don't agree with the interpretation.
one final. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to say the staff does have the ability to put conditions on these mandatory adjustments.
I was just going to say probably something like this. There's a lot of variability, and so the checkboxes may not work. But also, does it kind of depend on where we are or where the location is that helps you determine whether you're going to approve one of these exceptions or adjustments?
Yeah, that's a good question. So no, in terms of location, it's just that if it's specific to a housing project, and it has to be a minimum of 6 units per acre. So it can't just be, you know, a single homeowner on a single lot requesting these adjustments. It's intended for larger development projects that you know, the state is requiring that we authorize these mandatory adjustments if it allows easier production or more production of housing.
Just to give you an example, you know, I mean, there are sometimes projects that, you know, an extra 2 foot of building height would allow 20% more apartment units, and sticking rigidly to that building height would sort of curtail the production. And that's really those sorts of things are where it's intended to apply. Unfortunately, it's not location specific. I know what you're probably getting at, where are these supposed to be in sort of smart areas near transit and things like that? No, it would be city.
All right, and this is just a definition that we'll add that states that the housing development project is specific to that 6 units per acre. Everything else beyond mandatory adjustments will be processed just like a city variance, so going through the public process. If you want to vary from the code that is otherwise prohibited or not allowed through these adjustments. Any questions?
No.
Okay. All right, we'll move on. Okay, so landscape buffer and screening. We briefly touched on this last time, but during the city council work session last time, we heard concerns about building setbacks adversely affecting small parcels and industrials. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll try to be a little more clear and concise with this table. So what we're doing here, this is our landscape buffer and screening table. This is different than building setbacks. So when a developing site, a developing use is located next to another abutting use, a type of landscape buffer or screening element in the allotted space is all dependent on the adjacent use and the developing use. Currently, this table is separated by both uses and zones. So you'll notice the residential uses, you have multifamily uses, you have townhome uses, you have single-family detached home uses, and then currently you have commercial and institutional zones, which also allow residential uses and so on and so forth. It's not appropriately applied here. There could be conflicting elements within here. So what we are proposing is to have these as uses. Now again, or next slide, please. So what we heard from last time was that we were concerned about small industrial properties developing as an industrial use, abutting another industrial zone that has maybe a non-conforming use. So what we are proposing here now, from what we heard from our previous work session, you'll notice footnote number 3, buffers are not required when an industrial use is abutting a non-conforming use within an industrial zone. So not only will building setbacks not apply, but also this buffer will not apply.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
We will continue to have the footnote number 2. We briefly touched on that last time. All that is doing is saying that in addition to this table, that you must refer to this section of code that's cross-referencing this table. It essentially just prescribes the amount of shrubs and trees and gets into the details of what that looks like on which combination of buffer that you may choose. Okay.
Questions on this? Councilor Schimmel.
Well, first, a comment. I appreciate we're giving more latitude for developments or giving you the opportunity to evaluate the situation. And I understand that the process allows for opposition if that's prudent. Over the last several years, it's been proven difficult for builders here to access public money, not just the housing bond, but also state funds because of formulas and such. But I think some of that may start to widen more. So, and I haven't had really taken the opportunity to dive into those policies to see where there might be some good alignment between our code and so that developers can access that money more fluidly. So that would just be one suggestion, is if there's time and circumstance to understand what those housing funding sources say about the projects. I know some of the limitations are you need a minimum number of units to pencil out. That tends to be a problem, but I don't know if there's something for us to glean from that over time.
I don't see any other questions.
Okay. All right. So finally, the industrial standards. During our last work session, again, we expressed concerns about building setbacks adversely affecting smaller parcels in industrial zones. The direction we received and heard was to remove setbacks, so keep them where they are now, except when industrial development abuts a residential zone, so that currently the code is applied 0 setbacks, 0 height, but now we're focusing on when they are abutting a residential zone, and that when abutting a residential zone, that industrial use should be set back from a residential zone at least 50 feet. And when it is abutting that residential zone, set back 50 feet, that it should be at a maximum of 45 feet tall at that 50-foot building setback, with the incremental height allowance of an additional feet setback to allow an additional foot in height. I think my table will kind of clear that up a little bit. Next slide, please. We did reach out to neighboring jurisdictions. Overall, the consensus was that there really haven't been any major issues. Sometimes when a civil or architect would submit a site plan initially for review, they may have to make some changes based on the buffer requirements. However, usually that was just to their site circulation, not necessarily the buildings themselves, is what we heard. Okay, so as proposed, where we're just going to buffer residential zones, there are currently 6 properties within the city that would be affected. So starting on the right, this is Heather Street and Mountain View. The X is the Homestead community, and abutting that is, there's about 18 acres behind TTM Technologies, and then there's that long kind of slender industrial piece there under that. And then on the left, that image is near Kingwood Street and Oak Street. The Oak Street properties, those are largely tax lots. So I struggle calling them properties because essentially those would have to plat and subdivide and parcel out for development. But those X's that you see there are the residential properties that would be affected. The Council Creek runs there through the middle. You can kind of see the outline of the trees there in the south western corner. But essentially, those are the properties that would receive protection from these code changes. So again, this is how our code currently reads. And next slide, please. And now these are our proposed changes based on the feedback from what we received from January 12th. So again, minimum front setback would be 0. The rear and side setbacks would also be 0, except when abutting a residential zone, which would be required to be at least 50 feet. And the maximum building height would be 0, except when abutting that residential zone. Remember, they would be set back 50 feet, and then they would be limited to 45 feet tall, but with the provision to allow an additional foot in height for every foot setback from that 50 feet. Next slide, please. And this is how the code would read with those changes. Okay, any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none. So how do we, is there consensus on the updated and the rest of this? I see 2 thumbs up, me and Marshall. Yep. Okay, cool. Yeah, you got what you need from us?
We sure did.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, council. We had 2 good work sessions in an hour and a half. Good job. Work session is adjourned. Team, let's go. Team, go, team, go. Right? You're almost there. Okay, I would like to call to order this final work session for the evening. No public comment will be taken, and the council will take no formal action. And the topic on this is the police facility. We got some polling results and some information, and we have our police chief. Do we have a consultant on? This is Ben, I don't know, Ben Pattinkin with President of Pattinkin Research Strategies and our city manager, Jesse Vanderzanden. So I'm going to pass it over to Jesse to introduce and get it started. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Mariah, if you could go to the next slide, please. So the purpose of, next slide, please. The purpose of tonight's presentation and work session is to review the polling results. Ben Patinkin is with us to present those a little bit later, and then discuss next steps regarding a potential bond to construct a new police facility. Next slide. So where does this fit within the 2040 vision plan? It really fits pretty directly right under the goal of community growth, improve public safety response in Forest Grove, and then specifically Action 2.17, build a new police facility. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go into all of this. I think the council is well aware of the history of the facility. The only thing I would review is that in November of last year, we did have a work session with council, and there was a consensus to value engineer approximately $1.4 million in facility savings that really would prevent the bond amount from increasing to $31 million due to inflation, and keep it at the $29.5 million that it originally was in the first ballot in May of 2025. Next slide. So with this, I'd like to turn it over to Ben Patinkin, and then both the chief and I, after that, have some considerations for the council regarding the city operational levy and the connection of this to that, or potential connection, and then also just ballot timelines and messaging. So with that, Ben?
All right. Thank you all for having me here tonight. I know you all have been at it for a while, so I'll try to get you through this as quickly as possible. It's a lot of numbers, but they all tell a story. I can tell you the cliff notes of the story right now. It's that you are starting in pretty much the same position you started with the last bond in last year. You can move the needle with strong messaging, but that will entail, go into all the community events that were mentioned earlier, but also needing to do the work in terms of a paid education plan from the city and a strong campaign as well in order to get across the finish line. All right, so next slide. Let's go to the methods. So we talked to 400 voters across the city. We asked them a question to make sure that they were likely to participate in a November 2026 general election. Interviews were conducted January 5 through 8 of 2026. The margin of error is plus or minus 4.9 percentage points. That means that it could be 5 points higher or 5 points lower, depending on whatever number we're looking at. When we talk about subgroups, and there's going to be a few of them here, just keep in mind the margin of error will increase for those subgroups because there are fewer people behind those cells compared to the sample as a whole. There's a rather arbitrary age divider. Younger is under age 50, older is over age 50. We do refer to targets for a campaign, if there is one. They are defined as those who just start out either undecided on a hypothetical bond language or voting yes, not strongly, so a soft supporter. And we do have precinct information. West is precinct 340 and east is precinct 339. Next slide, please. This is just a look at the demographics of registered voters as a whole across your city, then a likely May electorate. And we weighted the data to also look at a likely May electorate. And I'll just tell you right now, there is not a big difference in terms of the outcome, whether we're looking at going to the ballot this coming May or going in November. But there are some things to consider. Number one, if you look at age, a May electorate is just going to be older. That's always the case. There are more older voters participating in May elections than there are in even year general elections. So in this case, it's 29% under age 50, 71% over for May election. In November, on the right-hand side, you see it's 44 and 56, respectively. And then partisanship, and that also is an important thing to be considering when you're looking at this. There are more partisan voters who participate in May primary elections than in a general election in November. So overall, you see on the left-hand side for registered voters, that's where you see a lot of NAVs. A lot of people just through automatic voter registration are registered as NAV. They don't take the time to identify whether they're Democrat or Republican. In a May electorate, you see a plurality, plus 10 margin, who are Democrats, 44 to 34 for Republicans. And then in November, it's an 8-point margin in favor of registered Democrats, with 37% participating versus 29% for Republicans. Next slide. And again. All right, so this is the first slide where we deal with the numbers for the survey itself. At the beginning of the survey, we just wanted to get a sense of what do people know about the building that houses the police department? Does it meet the needs of the city? 31% say it does. That's on the left-hand side. 10% say it does strongly. 21% say they feel not so strongly about that. You have a plurality, 46%, who are already primed and ready to say that the police department does not meet the needs of the city. That's a good place to start in terms of public sentiment. On the right-hand side, you see how that sort of plays out. Normally, we would expect to have on the far right those who believe that it does not on the right-hand column, that it does not meet the needs of the city. You would expect them to be a little bit more yes on a bond. You know, it's the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. These people believe it's broke. But in this case, only 44% of those are voting yes right now, 32 no, 24 undecided. This is not typical to what we see in other jurisdictions, so something worthy of calling out. On the left-hand side, for those who believe it's working just fine, that is more typical. You have 27% who say they're voting yes on a bond, 66% who are saying they're voting no. And I'm just looking back at the bar graph really quickly. As a reminder, there are 1 in 5 voters out there who just aren't sure whether it meets the needs or not. There are a lot of empty heads that need filling, and that takes work. Next slide, please. In this slide, we asked at the bottom in the purple overall, how worried are you about the crime in your community? Are you very worried, somewhat, not too, or not worried at all? On the right-hand side, you have those who say they are net not worried. 49% say they're not worried about crime in the city. 27% believe they're not too worried. 22% say they are not worried at all. On the left-hand side in orange, those are the people who say they are net worried. 45% as a whole, and then there's 36% who say they are somewhat worried, and only 9% who say they are very worried. And there is a partisan divide when we look at this question. On the left-hand side, you can see the subgroups that are most likely to fit into this group. They are right-leaning, so Republican women, older Republicans, college-educated Republicans. You do have college-educated women in here, and older voters more generally. On the right-hand side, in the blue, you see those who say they are not worried. And these tend to be a little bit more democratic. There are NAVs in this, some older, some younger, and then a mix of genders as well as educational attainment. This slide does, to a certain extent, if you look at the right-hand side, indicate a little bit more of an indication of vote intent. So in the middle, you have those who say that they're voting, on the left-hand side, you see those who are net worried. 58% of those are voting yes on the bond, 40% no. On the far right, those who are not worried about crime, 33% are voting yes, 62% no. So again, you get that sense, well, if I'm worried about crime, I'm going to be voting yes on the police station. If I'm not, I'm going to be voting no. If you go to the next slide, please. Here's the most important question in the survey. We asked this up front to make sure that there's no real questions for biasing opinion. This models a hypothetical ballot language, and it reads the 10-word caption: bonds to construct police facility, improve public safety, emergency preparedness. The 20-word caption reads, shall Forest Grove construct police facility to improve public safety, emergency preparedness by issuing $29.5 million in bonds. I know that this does not read like English, but it has to be sort of broken up a little bit in order to try to communicate both what the cost is as well as what people are buying. So we have 20 words in the question to do it with. If you look at the actual question itself, we start at 45% yes, 38% no, 17% undecided. A couple things that are worth calling out here. Intensity of opinion, those who are voting yes and no, not strongly, very similar in terms of the numbers. In fact, they're exactly similar, 22% on either side saying they feel strongly one way or the other. But that leaves a majority of the electorate who are either soft in their opinions or are, firmly undecided, which again is an indication that with a strong education campaign, you might be able to move the needle the way you want. It's never, I never like to see a yes campaign starting below 50%. But as we'll see in a little bit, when you make the effort, you can actually get there. It will be close, but you can do it. And I will note in the grid that's in green at the top, those are just some numbers for a modeled November electorate. These numbers we're looking at right here for May. That modeled November electorate, as you can see, is exactly the same in terms of the overall vote choice. Next slide. So this is looking at the May electorate, that ballot question, and then a breakout of demographic subgroups based on that question. As you can see here, there is a big gender gap. Women more likely to be voting yes than men. Men are more divided, 41 to 44. Women are plurality in favor, 49 to 34. There's not as much of an age gap here. There's not as much of a regional gap, although I will note that while the margin on the far right for the yes vote, yes minus no equals margin, that margin is better for the east side. There is the yes vote on the west side is starting out a little bit ahead, which again models a little bit more closely what you saw this past May in the actual vote tally. Looking at partisanship, I'll also note there's something that we don't usually see very frequently. This is something that is very unique to public safety measures. Republicans are more supportive than Democrats of a tax increase. So Republicans are 57% yes, 32% no, 12% undecided. That gives you a 25-point margin amongst them. Democrats are leaning a little bit no, 37 yes, 45 no, an 8-point margin against minus 8-point margin on the yes side. NAV voters, plurality in favor, 43 to 35. Next slide, please. We asked after that question on ballot language, just an open-ended, what makes you feel that way? Why are you voting yes? Why are you voting no? On the yes side, what you see here, and targets again, remember these are soft voters who are voting soft yeses and undecideds, and then all voters in the purple. For both of them, the top reason, just off the top of their head, is that the building's overcrowded, the tech is outdated. You also have a number of people, around 1 in 5 of all voters, 1 in 10 of targets, who are saying, just we back the blue. And then you have targets bouncing, the third one, saying that a new police station is going to upgrade police training, safety, efficiency. There's actually quite a bit of awareness of the need amongst these yes voters. And think back to that 46% who said that the building does not meet the needs of the community. There's still a lot of general awareness from the previous campaign. It's just a matter of reminding people on that and then doubling down on your educational efforts should you move forward. Next slide, please. These are the reasons to vote no that people offered up. And as you can see here, this is frankly the story that we are seeing in poll after poll after poll across the Willamette Valley, the metro area, and Oregon more generally, as well as frankly the nation in terms of our work. You have 3 in 10 people just immediately saying taxes are too high and they oppose tax increases. If you combine that with, 2 bars down, can't afford it, they're on a fixed income, as well as, this is just not a priority, you're getting close to a majority saying, I just can't afford this right now. There's also a mix of sort of concerns about institution. So the city should be asking for a small amount. It's too much money, reacting to just the overall size of the bond. And then they should be able to make do with what they have. Or more money will be wasted. Next slide. Go ahead. That was great. So the summary. So here we asked a summary statement after the questions that we just went through. We then asked, okay, we've given you the ballot language. We asked your opinion based on the ballot language and what you know. Why are you voting the way you are? Now we're going to give you some background. So we say the building's old, it's outdated. Then we say what people are buying. They're going to get an updated public safety center. It will enhance the police force's ability to maintain public safety, securing the facility, adding safety features, ADA accessibility, et cetera, et cetera. And then we say the bond will cost the average homeowner an additional $22 per month. So they get a sense of the reason why, what they're buying, and what the cost will be. And when we do that, next slide, the numbers really don't move, which is an indication of the work that we have to do. We have to do more than just a simple explanation. So we go from 45% to 47% yes. Remember, margin of error is plus or minus 5 percentage points, so it could functionally be no movement at all. Same thing for the no vote as well as for the undecided vote. Next slide, please. So after we did that summary statement, we then provided people with just a general outline of all the different things that this bond would do. Because it's a bunch of, it's replacing the building, but it's going to add these things. So at the very top of the list, ensure ADA accessibility. On the next one down, allows the city to sell the old police facility, use the proceeds to pay down debt. And again, this is hypothetical. Could happen. We're just testing to see what how they react to that idea. Doesn't set anything in stone. Next one, safety ensures the separation of adult and juvenile offenders, updates fire protection and electrical systems, creates a secure dedicated armory. All of these things, if you look at the far right-hand column, on a 5-point scale, when it's favor strongly, favor not strongly, oppose not strongly, oppose strongly, and don't know, all of these things are getting 6 and 10, 2/3, who say when you divorce it from cost, they love the idea and they love the concept. When you look at the favor strongly numbers, you get a sense of the intensity of feeling behind these things. And the first two in particular, but also going down even into the first 5, testing extremely well. Overall, we tested a lot more than these, but these were the top tier. Voters really in favor of some of the things that you would be able to achieve should this bond pass. Next slide. We also asked a battery, and sorry, I noticed there earlier that the numbers fall off on the slide when we moved it over to the city, so I pulled it up on my own presentation on the right here. We asked a series of questions at the end of the survey after respondents heard all of the information about this thing, to get a sense of what their biggest takeaways were, and we provide them with short statements, positive and negative, about the bond. These are the negative ones, and they go to sort of what we saw in that open-ended question. At the very top, when we say, how descriptive is this of the bond, that it will put a strain on seniors and struggling families living on a fixed income, 70% of respondents feel that way. Next one down, how descriptive is the phrase, something you can't afford right now? 52% say that's descriptive. And that number is eerily similar to where we were in May, which again is not something that is inconsistent with what we've been seeing across the state right now. It's also boxed in orange, which means that based on regression modeling, which is an analytical tool we can use to try and see what's driving a yes vote. If someone fundamentally believes something, does it make them more likely to vote yes or no? In this case, this does, which makes sense. If they can't afford it, they're going to be voting no. Next slide. We did ask a series of statements to try and get a sense of, if we provide a little bit more education that's focused on a specific thing, will that move sentiment towards yes? This is on a 5-point scale, so we're looking at how convincing is this as a reason to vote yes? Is it very convincing, somewhat, not too, not at all, or aren't you sure? We're only looking at the very convincing numbers here because if it's not very convincing, it's not likely to move somebody in the bar graph. But what this shows me, and this is actually not consistent with what we've been seeing, you have some powerful messages here. Most of the surveys we've been doing lately for cities as well as for school districts and other jurisdictions, we're happy to get into the mid 30s in terms of the very convincing number with the message. You've got one with all voters in the darker blue at 41%. That is really compelling. And it's all about accountability, which makes sense. People are worried about whether or not they can afford this. They want to make sure their money is going to be well spent. So talking about how this proposal was structured with the cost of taxpayers in mind, volunteers working together, selling the old station in order to pay down debt, people like that. And so you get to 41% of all voters, very convincing, nearly half, 47% of your target audience, and you don't need to get all of them. Our vote is indicating that this is a very convincing reason. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see the net convincing numbers. For those, just so you know, I'm generally looking for messages that get to about 65%-ish as a level of, this is a good message. And you have a number of them, practically, frankly, all of them on the slide are compelling messages. You're probably not going to be able to deliver all of them as a course of an education or a normal political campaign. It's just too much to deliver. But know that you have a lot of good messages here, including just talking about ADA accessibility, improving the parking situation to facilitate movement to the parking lot in terms of when the need arises, securing the perimeter, separating juvenile offenders as well as from adult offenders. I know that was a big talking point in the previous campaign. And then just storage, lack of space, storing firearms, ammunition, evidence correctly, all of those things testing fairly well. Next slide. So here's the positive statements that we tested. And for these, I'll just note, you get to, all of them getting into a majority by the end of the survey saying that is descriptive of the bond. Even at the bottom, accountable to taxpayers, that gets to 57% who say it's net descriptive. At the top of the list are the three that are most important to me because not only do they test well with voters as a whole, 59% or more saying it's very descriptive of the bond after they hear all of that information about it, but they also appear in regression modeling. So this police station will make the city safer. It will reduce chronic overcrowding and address real issues with the existing facility. Next slide, please. This is clunky pollster speak. So if you were to hire a consultant to help you with the campaign, I'm sure they'd finesse this. But based on all the data that we just went through, the regression modeling, what popped in terms of direct questioning for those messages and those trade items, and the descriptors of what the bond pays for, this would be sort of what we want you to focus on. This proposal fixes real, long-standing problems with Forest Grove's police station, chronic overcrowding, unsafe evidence storage, inadequate ADA accessibility, and response delays that put officers and residents at risk. A yes vote will help keep Forest Grove safe, ensure our local neighborhood police can do their jobs effectively on our behalf. It was carefully designed with accountability to taxpayers in mind, including years of planning, keeping costs affordable, and even selling the old police station to pay down debt once construction is complete. Next slide. Here's the hope. So as you'll recall, not a lot of movement after a summary statement. We're starting below 50% to 45. You do have a 7-point margin on the yes side, so 38 no, 45 yes at the outset. But after providing a lot of positive information about what this bond can achieve, and also the negative, what it's going to cost, which is the negative refrain we're hearing everywhere, you get to 51%. Which is why I say this is going to be so tough, because you're finishing out in the same spot. You need to do more than what was done last time around, because you're finishing so close. And the numbers, again, are very similar when we model a November electorate. You're at 50% yes, 38% no. Next slide, please. And I think that covers it. So I'm going to hand it back to you, Jesse.
Before we get on to, can I interrupt really quick and ask Ben a question? Thank you for the presentation, Ben. On slides 22 and 24 on the bottom, I'm just trying to figure out if it was a typo or if you did this consulting work for Tigard.
No, that was a typo. That was a typo.
That
That's my
happened twice.
bad.
I was like, is this Tigard's data? Is this our data?
No, that's your data. It's totally your data. I will get that fixed. I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Jesse.
So these are just some additional considerations, I think, for the council in terms of looking at either potentially May or November. These are both the timelines associated with it. So if the council wanted to look at potentially a May ballot, the polling is now complete. We would be bringing back a resolution approving the ballot title, the question, and the summary at the next meeting. If the council wants to do that, I believe at that particular point, that's where staff could no longer advocate for a particular ballot measure, but we could educate. The last day for the ballot title would be February 27th, and then there's an explanatory statement that gets sent into the county on March 19th, and the last day to file arguments for the actual voters pamphlet is March 23rd. If the council were to look at a November ballot, then the resolution would come before council on July 13th, so in the summer. The last day for the ballot title would be in August, with the explanatory statement in September. Last day for arguments, September 7th, and then ballots mailed on October 14th. Any questions about the potential timeline? Okay. So again, just things to consider for the council. The city levy expires in June of 2028. Traditionally, over the past 3 levy cycles, it's a 5-year cycle. The council has put something on the ballot 3 cycles ahead, which would be May of 2027. 2 cycles ahead would be November, and then of course the following May would be 1 cycle ahead. So we've traditionally always done 3 cycles ahead prior to the expiration of the levy. There's 2 cycles then available, which is May and November. And I think one thing to possibly consider is what impacts, if any, would the bond measure have on the operating levy? Or if the council wanted to look at either renewal or replacement, what potential impacts would it have on either the renewal and or the replacement of an operating levy? So ballot considerations, next slide. So both the primary and the general are a bigger election, if you will. The primaries that are going to occur in May are the county commissioners, the governor, the state senate and the House, the U.S. Senate and the House. There'll be the primaries for those. At this point, there's no anticipated revenue measures on in May. It will be approximately 1 year since the police facility ballot. Of course, it was balloted in May of 2025. And it'll be 1 year from the city operating levy. Typically speaking, as you saw earlier in some of the statistics that have been presented, it's an older electorate. However, it is a lower voter turnout. One thing to consider is the opportunity to campaign and to educate. Obviously, with the May ballot, there's going to be probably less opportunity associated with that because it's much sooner. Next slide. So in November, there will be the general election. Mayor and 3 city councilors will be up for election. There'll be a county commissioner election unless there's 50% in the primary in May. The governor, the state senate, and the House will be up for election. And of course, the U.S. Senate and House will be up. There potential tax repeal measure on the ballot, and I guess I should amend, there might be a potential tax repeal measure on the ballot in May. I forgot to add that. So that's still being decided right now, whether the gas tax would be on the ballot in May or whether it would be on November. So that's kind of up in the air. It would be 1.5 years since the police facility ballot. It would be approximately 6 months from the city operating levy unless the council decided to do 2 election cycles out as opposed to 3 cycles out. Typically, it's a younger electorate. It's higher voter turnout. There would be potentially more opportunity to campaign, message. Example, I think Ben mentioned some of this. In terms of looking at a potential campaign, there could be a political action committee, farmers market. There'll be speaking events, facility tours, etc. And then I think that concludes our presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Schimmel had a question.
Well, I think you answered on that transportation ballot measure.
Yeah.
What's your gut on what they pull that in?
I'm not sure that I have a read on that. I think the signatures were gathered for a November election, and then there was discussion about a repeal, and then there was some legal precedent. Apparently, I'm not sure if there's been any kind of adjudication of that associated with it not being able to be repealed by the legislature. And now there's been a new proposal to have the ballot not necessarily be repealed by the legislature, but have the ballot be put on in May as opposed to the general election in November. But I don't know that there's been any kind of decision associated with that. So I think it's, at this point, it's kind of up in the air. Yeah.
I guess the paired question is whether having our ballot with that ballot in the same time frame would prove fatal.
I don't know. That'd be maybe a question for Ben. If you have a certain measure on the ballot associated with repealing an enacted tax and fee measure, what impact, if any, might that have on this? I
think it's a good question. I rarely see ballot initiatives drive turnout, and I it can always happen, but it's not a frequent thing. My gut tells me that in this situation, you'd probably see it harden opinion if you are particularly against the tax increase. But amongst those already likely to show up. But there's a lot of other dynamics in terms of May as well, in terms of Democratic primaries, and a lot of polls that we're doing right now. Democrats in general are just very fired up because of the political environment. So there's a lot of competing factors, and so I guess the long and short of it is, it's hard to say, but it could. I'm not confident that it would, but it could.
Any other questions before we start our discussion?
Maybe.
Okay, Councilor Schimmel.
Similar, seeking an opinion on the relationship with the current immigration and enforcement impacts and people's perception of the police facility bond. If there's any thoughts on that relationship in terms of the survey.
In terms of like that, I think in terms of the work that we have been doing in other jurisdictions, it's more about how you talk about it. I think that emphasizing the fact that this deals with 911 emergency responders is very helpful because it differentiates between your city police force and then the federal government. And we've seen that work in terms of communications.
Can Councilor, you're not,
Oh, no, it's okay.
if you weren't done, go ahead.
So we were asking questions of them, and then we're talking amongst ourselves. Is that
No,
the
Councilor
process?
Falconer had a question for them. I thought.
No, I mean, I just want to make sure I understand the process. If I
Yeah,
need to ask
we're
my
we're
question.
asking questions from staff and the consultant, and then we're going to just give some consensus about when we're going to put it on the ballot. That's
So I guess the question would be for maybe the Chief Henry is maybe the questions for you, that relationship and whether we can, so how well we can associate improving public safety for immigration enforcement in relation to the facility. I know that the facility is built out in time, but as far as all the reasons why we're building it, does it improve that condition that the public is asking?
I think my preference would be that we not go down that road, because now we start talking about ideology, facts of this is why we need a building.
mm-hmm. Councilor Falconer.
They're one of the most compelling sort of compelling messaging around getting people to get to yes is I guess there was an element in that question that I'm a little concerned about, and that is a sort of a suggestion or a promise or guarantee that under accountability selling the building. And I don't remember us talking about that before, and I think I remember us specifically not talking about that before, because that's not on the ballot, and you might get into trouble when you start making promises that you can't keep or don't intend to keep, so that threw me a little bit. And I want to make sure that we're real clear on a campaign, an education campaign, and whether that is something that we can, I guess I don't want to put too much, I don't want to read too much into that response if that's a critical part of the question. Am I asking the question? Do you understand my question?
I
my
understand the
concern?
question because I thought the same thing.
And I think we shared some of the similar questions. I do want to defer to Ben, but yeah, there's been no decision on the old police facility and what the disposition of that facility is. And
Right.
so it would be very premature to make any promises associated with that.
Any
And I want to be
suggestion
very
could
clear
get us
about
into
that.
trouble with like a challenge on the other end of it, right? I mean,
Yeah. And so I guess, and I do want to refer to Ben a little bit. I think the intent, at least partially, was to see if there was some resonance there, but it was not to imply that that would also be a message.
Mhm.
And so, and Ben, if you want to chime in on that, but I'm glad you asked the question because I do want to be clear that the intent there was just to see if there was something that may have resonated, but by no means has there been any kind of decision associated with that, nor was it intended to influence a decision about it. It was just intended to try and get some information.
was that I guess maybe that was that the question? Was that included in the question?
So Ben, I guess I would refer to you, like how much of that was part of the question and or how much of that would influence potentially the results of what's been presented?
There was a lot of information presented here. If you went back and asked any of the participants who took this survey what specific facts were, you're not going to get a lot of information back. It's, in terms of that particular question, the suggestion was made, it was important to get an understanding of if it were part of the conversation, how compelling would it be? So now if that's a road that you do want to go down, it's extremely popular. If you don't want to include it in your messaging because of the reasons that were given, the rest of the statement, part of the reason why Tigard was in there is because they were in the field right beforehand. And I can tell you that the first sentence or two sentences of the accountability message tested well. So and it's tested well in other jurisdictions, telling the story of how you got there and the back and forth that has gone on between the city, its volunteers, its electeds on how to come to the proposal in front of voters is a compelling tale. Take that out, and I think you'd still have a very compelling message. And one I'd probably be telling you should continue to use, given concerns around cost and just tax sensitivity in your city as well as elsewhere in the metro area.
Thank you. Any other? Go ahead, Jesse.
I was just going to say, as just another thing to maybe add to that from an accountability perspective, I know staff is currently looking at if there's other funding sources associated with the police facility that we might be able to tap into. We have had some conversations associated with a potential capital grant at the Oregon legislature. It's not large per se, but it's something. And if we were successful in attaining that, that could also be part of an accountability message.
I'm sorry, Jesse. I love that. That is exactly something that I would slot in its stead. That also taps extremely well.
So, but that's in process. I can provide more details later, but it is something that we are looking into, that we are actively trying to pursue, recognizing that this is not the only potential funding mechanism if it's available.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to start discussing this, or any more questions for staff? I think we can also ask staff as we discuss if we have questions. So let's start chewing on it. Can we, Ray, do you think we can have the slide up that says like our discussion items and what we need consensus on? I mean, I have it, I think, in my head. No, do we even have one? We might not have one.
Yeah, I think we just...
Okay. So first of all, do we want to put this on the ballot? Let's do thumbs up or thumbs down for putting the police station on the ballot.
At all?
But you're just asking at all.
Let's just
Okay.
make sure we like have something
Okay.
to talk about, like with the date. So
Yes,
are we going to
step
put it on the
one.
ballot or? One, two.
We're not talking about a date
We're going
or
to get there.
anything.
We're getting there.
Yes, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's consensus to put on the ballot. Is there anything I can? Okay. And then, so then the next question is May. This May or
But that's one question. About me.
yeah? Can we have maybe the calendar up the timeline of the ballot timelines, please? Yeah, you got it. Okay, perfect.
Well, I guess one way to ask is there any harm in going down the May timeline and punting to November if conditions?
I'm going to interrupt in that and say, like, I
repeat
don't
it.
even want to do that because, like, what I'm seeing is that, and based on the last time we put it on the ballot, if you look at the timeline, there's what we need. The message I got is that we need a campaign, that we need events to share the story. We need to have mailers. We need to have a pack. We need to do all these things. And so in order to get it across, I don't want to do something and not be successful. I want to set it up to be successful. And I don't think we can move the messaging and tell the story by May.
So the way I've framed the question, is there any harm in it? Not that I would to do that.
Right.
I mean, obviously conditions are pretty havoc.
Right.
Just speaking as the elections official, I think the main thing is once the resolution approving the ballot title is passed, staff cannot use any staff time to like advocate either way. So it does limit staff's ability to a certain extent.
Well, and then also the other, Councilor Schimmel, we also have a deadline for actually submitting the ballot title. And so what is the deadline for pulling it?
I withdraw the question.
Because that, I mean, I just don't know that we'll get clarity in time. That's the harm, is that you end up.
Mayor.
And I think
ballot
it's just
on the-
exhaustion of voters, right? Like we brought it, we didn't do anything different. We're going to bring it again. Councilor Gustafson.
That repetition, 3 times in a row would be too much, but if we do it in May, the strategy and scope will be very different than if we do it in November because we will have all spring and summer to really promote it. And the city did such a great job with the 2040 and spending the time and patiently figuring out how to promote. I think we're really good at it now. So I think letting it go through the summer and hitting November, just because, I mean, I understand what Councilor Schimmel's saying, but it's going to be very different doing it in May than November, just because of that different strategy.
I do think May is sudden. The only positive thing about May that I see is that people are not going to be so overwhelmed like they will be when November comes because they're going to be receiving constantly all kinds of messages, political messages for November, just because of, everything that it means. But I also know that the police has, our department has a booth, and they're very active there in the farmers market and they get to talk to the community and the days are beautiful, it's sunny and there's all this contact and, good energy. I don't see that happening in May. I see May like right around the corner. And all that is going to be missed. But the only thing is that people are not going to be overwhelmed with information from different political parties about different candidates and measures and things.
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point. And I think that, when we scope this out and sequence it, that's like the importance of making sure that education is happening ongoing and that we're not trying to like do the political campaigning. We're trying to tell the story.
Yeah.
in chapters.
It could be the one thing that people will be certain.
You know what I'm saying? Counselor Schimmel.
In my exit polling, I mean, we only lost by 100 votes. In my surveying folks, the reason that 100 people said no is because we were mired in a debate about field fees or pool fees for nonprofit groups. There are easily 100 people that said no because. So if we're going to go for November, the question is, are we going to prevent departments from shaking the same tree for the same voter, the same taxpayer for that long?
I think that you bring up a good point, and I think that also talks about horizontal alignment within the organization of making sure that those fees and that work is decided well in advance, and then scoping out and saying, like, are there other things coming, and making sure. I think that's the push pull of what we do as a city, right? Is making sure that we see all of it and still like give each department the individual attention it needs. I think that's a really good point as well. Are we feeling confident in saying November of 2026 for when Councilor Falconer, you seem
Well, and we don't, our question, we're limited to these two choices. We didn't really talk about,
taking it down?
taking it down. I'm not sure.
Just saying, what about the option of moving it to May of 2027?
Yeah, that is a potential option. The connection to the levy is then the levy would be, you could either have the levy on the same ballot, the operational levy, you could have that and the police levy, or excuse me, the police bond, or if the council wanted to, they could put the operations levy 2 cycles ahead, which would be that November then, November of 20, I had to get my dates right, 2027, I guess. And then it expires in June of 2028, so there would be the November election, and if it was not successful then the council could look at the May election. So there is another option, but it would require either having the operating levy on the same ballot or pushing the operating levy to the November ballot, the following November ballot.
I mean, from past experience, I guess from Milwaukee or here, what your thoughts on those back to back?
I mean, it gives you just more time. I think that the lift of, I don't even know who is sponsoring this pack.
We don't have a
We don't
sponsor.
even have a. I worry that no matter which options we choose, we're not really any better set up for success. Go ahead.
I would be supportive
You're
of
fine.
waiting. If we can wait, I would be supportive of waiting because I agree that I think that would be better. A better
I
option.
think that I would prefer May 2027 at the latest,
I am
if it's an option.
beyond hesitant to put an operation levy on the ballot at the same time as a bond. And I am even more concerned about morale, about our employee morale. There's a balance of, we have to show them that we have not forgot about it, that we are doing the work. I'm hearing everything you're saying, and I think that one of the things we can do, so if we say November, if we like have a softening of November, and then we talk to people in the community and say, hey, would you be willing to be on this PAC? Like, there are people, who supported the bond last time, who were keyboard warriors fighting for it online, and people who've done it. So maybe we can chat with some people. And I mean, what do you think the next, like, I don't know. I'm just really concerned that if we kick it down, costs are going to go up. We're going to have another levy like nothing's going good financially with the state, with the county. And then so there's no guarantee. And then we're also just going to hurt the morale of our sports.
Can we think about it and maybe have a shorter version of this to talk about it next time? I think I need more time.
You need a resolution on what? Oh, we're not going to go for May. We're not. Wait, is there a consensus that we're not going for May? And this is a work session. So, what I would,
Can we see what the pack would be, see what backing we can get before we pull the trigger, miss the target kind of thing, and push it off if it doesn't go through? If we feel like we don't have support from the community, push it off until 2027.
well,
I know you're worried about it, but I mean, we can worry all we want, but if we don't get the votes now or later, we're just doing this in vain. Because if we don't get the push, if we don't get support from the community, we're just talking, and that's where we're at. We're just going to keep having the same conversation over and over again if we can't get the support from the community. So if we don't feel like we're getting any support by, July, what are we doing? Going to put it on? Why would we put it on the ballot if we're not getting any support?
yeah.
You know what I mean? So
I know, but
We will have an idea then.
and we will have an idea, so we can kind of
So, yeah.
we could tentatively put it as we want it on November, tentatively, with support from the community and impact. But if we can't get that, then what are we going to do? Put it on with no backing? You know what I mean?
I hear everything you're saying, but I'm going to also ask you, all my colleagues, to do the work, to go and talk to people. Like, I don't want to have this thing of like, hey, we don't have support, but I don't have the support of this council asking people in the community, hey, I know you support our police department. I know you support the city. This is what we need. We need your help. We need your help advocating, educating, helping with the mail, like doing all the stuff. Like, but I don't mean to sound brutal, but I am not going to tell the city, and I'm not going to tell the police that we're not going to go for it because we don't think we can do it when we're not trying. And that's not how I live my life. So if we try and we fail, then at least we know we tried. But to say like, hey, we're not ready when we haven't even asked, like I have 2 people who are ready to be on a pack.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Like, that's
We
what
give
I'm
that-
saying,
We give
so-
that, but we're asking in January to make a decision that's going to be in November, or we can get everything, all our ducks in a row, and make that decision, pull the trigger by August 14th.
Yeah.
And that gives us plenty of time to figure out where we can get everybody, what we can do.
July.
And push, or July 13th.
Yeah, July 13th. But
But
yeah,
that still gives us 6 months almost to get this ball
Yeah.
rolling, and hopefully it snowballs. But
Councilor Schimmel.
Well, I'm in favor of May of this year. I agree with 90% of the logic for May of 27. Beside the fact, beside the assumption that it's going to be about 20% more, and that could be a losing proposition.
Wait,
and
I'm not following it. I'm sorry. What's the 20%?
cost.
Yeah. Okay.
the cost.
Sorry. I wasn't following.
So, and to your point, Mayor, if we were to go with May, I would put in at least the effort that I did before. I would support the read where there is a pack. We just have to reinvigorate it, right? So getting this pack going, the other than what I mentioned about kicking the parks recovery plan down the road, the other 2 things that speaking with other municipalities about what they did to pass a measure, one was of the pack, the other was pulling a list of these likely voters and canvassing them directly. So your canvassing is very strategic and targeted to voters who are normally vote in May, and you're going to their homes foremost versus trying to hit every door. That's besides the pack, that's how they got ballots passed. So if we were more targeted
Are you speaking for May of 2027?
May of this year.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to shut you down, but I'm going to shut you down because there was no consensus for that.
No, well, we don't have consensus for anything, so
Well, we had, okay.
I couch this as I'm making one last appeal.
Oh, one
for-
last appeal to
be-
switch it
because
to.
in light of your vigor about demonstrating that we need to show something, that there's pros and cons, but I think there's more consequences by waiting based on the cost, based on the political climate, based on the next levy, that we're there's have a lot of exposure, and we're going to probably see, if we don't send a positive signal, we're probably going to see more police turnover at the worst possible time. So that's my final.
Okay, so there's a proposal to try to get it, because we need to, if we want to do May of this year, then we have to file on February 9th. So, or resolution, yeah, sorry, resolution. And then, so is there anybody in favor of doing it in May? Well, no, Councilor Schimmel, but any consensus?
I mean, I think all the processes, everything you just. it's same.
I don't want to. Well, that's why I'd rather in May either way. I just think this May we've got a chance.
I think we have a chance in May.
So
we only lost the last one by 100 votes by a tactical error.
But now we have a new problem, and it's called federal agents invading our communities, and a large percentage of our population is pissed off that the local police aren't doing anything to support them. And another large percentage of people is like, hey, why isn't local law enforcement working with federal agents? Like, they're not being collaborative. We have been put in a pressure chamber. Like, I mean, I don't know. That's how I feel, is that I feel just frustrated, and I need to take a breath, and I'm sorry. But I feel frustrated for our local law enforcement. I feel frustrated for our community, and I don't know what the right answer is. But why we don't have this fee situation with Parks and Rec, we have a societal crisis on our hands, and we have our local law enforcement being the scapegoats on both sides. So I don't know if that's going to really help bring people to the ballot to support them. You know what I mean? In May.
But in November, it will be the time that they're going to be really trying to speak up for everything that has been happening. And that may raise these feelings of the police hasn't been doing their work, they're protecting us, blah, blah, blah. That might come more intensely in November when they have to, vote for their senators and representatives.
It's going to go both ways. Just like Mayor said, you're going to have people that want it and people that don't want it. It's either way, either time of the year, it's going to happen. November gives us more time to be prepared for it. That's all I'm saying. It just gives us that time to actually go out, canvass, get the votes. We all want the same thing. We all want this new police facility. Our job is to go out and advocate for it. We don't give ourselves much leadway if we do it in May. Giving it November is still, I mean, we lost by 100 votes last year, but still we lost. Like, it's whether we win or lose, it's still a loss. However many people. We have to make sure that we keep the people that we had vote yes for it and have the other people with us. It's going to take time to get those. I don't think we can do it by May. I really don't. I think we would have to wait until November to get that through. I think it's going to take time. And I think those Wednesday markets, those sunny days when we're out and about doing things are the time that we can actually be social and get out and do these things. Like, I just don't think May is going to be that time frame.
So I'm hearing that we have some work to do, and we don't want to really I did not say consensus to go for May. There's a maybe with November. As I'm working on the state of the city, I would like to put in our need for a police facility and to support it. And I'm hesitant. I'm going to be honest. I'm hesitant to do that if we're not going to go for it in November the following year. Like, right? I mean, so I'm not trying to push a point, but if we want to, this is, I guess, what I'm going to propose. I propose that we try to talk to community members, see if they're willing to support the police bond, the facility bond, if we can form a pack, and that we have a work session on this topic on the second meeting in February. I don't know the date, a work session, the second meeting in February, to decide if we're going to go for it in November. And if we have this, like, people in supporting the pack. Does that give you enough time to recruit and convince?
And we need, I'm sorry, how many people for the pack?
How many people do you think we need on the pack?
So the previous PAC was formed, as I understood, to help pass the operational levy. And after the levy kind of got up and going, and it became an every 5 year, and the passage rate, essentially it went from 60% up to 80%. Then the levy largely, or excuse me, the PAC largely became inactive. Typically, Mayor, I think the PAC had anywhere from 5 to 11 folks on it. It was filed with the state. I think that registration is still active, but I don't know for sure. So there would have to be a little bit of research into that. But there were more volunteers. That was just kind of who was on the actual committee, but there were more volunteers associated with actual campaigns. Yeah, a lot more.
Okay. Cool. So if we could each bring like 2 names or have 2 people, then that would be a good start. And if we can't, then we know that we can't. I don't know. We'll talk about it.
Is it possible to have I don't want to ask more, from you, but Jesse, is it possible for us to get the information, like how often they would meet, at what time they would meet?
No, because that's the PAC is separate from the city. Sorry to answer your question. That would be their committee would decide those things, right? Like we can't really, we can't really tell them like, hey, this is the cadence and schedule. It's, hey, do you want to be part of a committee?
Yeah, but there would be a time that we bring them together. Okay, you all need to meet at this place or.
No, I don't think so, Council President Valenzuela.
They talk to each other. And
They talk to each other, and
that just delays things. So, but that's okay. So, I just, all right. So November, we decide in February, right?
yeah.
All right.
Is there consensus on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
I think, I don't know.
So the February meeting will be on the 23rd. Okay. Staff, do you have what you need from us?
We do. Is there anything else, Mayor, that you or the council would like us to bring back to that work session in February? We will have an update potentially on a request for additional funding from the Oregon Legislature. We'll bring back that update.
Okay, cool. So they'll know about that.
We can have some more clarity there. But absent that, is there anything else that the council would like us to bring back?
Any ideas? I mean, if I do, I'll probably tell you on a one-on-one. I can't think of anything right now.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
This work session is adjourned. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Well, it's gonna be Good evening. I'd like to call this Forest Grove City Council meeting to order on January 26, 2006. Will our fantastic city recorder please call roll?
Counselor Gustafson? Here. Council President Valenzuela?
Here.
Counselor Schimmel?
Here.
Counselor Falconer?
Here.
Counselor Martinez?
Here.
Counselor Marshall?
Here.
Mayor Wenzel?
Here. We acknowledge the land on which Forest Grove is located rests on the traditional village sites of the Apalati, a tribe of the Kalapuas who originally inhabited the Tualatin Plains, including Forest Grove. They are now part of the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde. Will the audience and council please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice. Thank you. We're going to move on to item B on the agenda. Item B is public comment. Time provided for anyone wishing to speak to the City Council on an item not on the agenda or on the agenda but not scheduled for a public hearing. Comments are limited to 2 minutes unless additional time is granted by the presiding officer. The public comment period shall not exceed 30 minutes unless a majority of councilors present vote to extend the time. Zoom attendees may use the raise hand option to be called on. So I'm going to go through my list. Excuse me. Okay. First on the list is David Dion. Thank you. Can you please come to the table in front to provide public comment? Good evening, sir.
Hello. So I'm here to talk about ICE. And what I have to say is that this is no longer about immigration. There is a masked paramilitary force in the United States. Their stated purpose is immigration enforcement, but they have moved well beyond. ICE is, at best, a rogue agency, and we are proceeding as though legal and constitutional remedies are sufficient, despite the fact that the group we are talking about is functionally a group of terrorists. They have repeatedly and openly defied the law under orders from leaders who are openly and proudly defying court orders, Congress, and the Constitution itself. At what point do we acknowledge that the duty of this council to ensure the public good conflicts with the duty of deference to federal authority? When ICE arrives in force, what steps will you take to protect the citizens of this city? When ICE begins to abduct and murder my neighbors, will this body threaten lawsuits, or will they take action? Will police stand by, or will they prevent loss of life? At what point do we treat the arrival of a rogue agency that operates in secrecy with no regard for law as the invasion that it effectively is? I will be honest, counselors, I am terrified. U.S. citizens are being killed in the streets for exercising their First Amendment rights. They are being subdued, wrestled to the ground, disarmed, and then shot dead. They are being killed for attempting to obey instructions. Federal government is treating citizens as enemy combatants. Federal government is treating citizens in ways that international law expressly forbids an army from treating enemy combatants. The Forest Grove Police are a force meant to protect us. They are a force meant to protect me and you and everyone in this room. If they are unequal to that task, in the face of extralegal aggression, there must be a call for help from the state. If such help will not be forthcoming, there must be a plan. The death of even one human being at the hands of ICE in this city is too many. Acknowledge the scope of the danger. Plan for the unthinkable. And protect us with every resource at your disposal.
Thank you, sir. Carol Allen.
My name's Carol Allery.
Oh,
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I'm here, you guys like information, so I've got some information for you. I want to let you know, I wanted to hand out to each of you a form, and I found out that I can't do that because it's not allowed. So I will email it to you with the information that I'm talking about tonight, okay? Because now I have your email for everybody, the normal one. All right. So we are right now in America $38 trillion in debt. That's going to take us 32,000 years to pay off that debt. I want you to have kind of an idea of that. We have gold certificates in America that go around 200 to 300 trillion gold certificates that have been handed out to citizens. But if you look at what's there, the facts that are there are only 11 trillion. So we have 200 to 300 trillion, and there are only 11 trillion amount of real gold around. So what are your certificates going to do? They're not much. Also, we have seen countries over history, Spain, Cairo, Great Britain, all who went ahead and gave up, like our President Nixon did, the gold standard. And once they did the gold standard away from the gold standard, what happened was we started printing money. And every one of those countries came to a collapse because they didn't have control over their finances. Everybody thought there was a need and they needed that to be done. And we need to be aware of that because our country is at a breaking point. Because when you're that far into debt, you are also at a place where we can collapse. And the reason I'm telling you this is there's a website that I have for you that you'll get with this letter that I'll send you tomorrow. And you can look up this information yourself. I would hope you would take that into consideration, because if you would read the Bible and blow the dust off of it, read the book of Revelations, it talks a lot about this kind of stuff. All right?
Thank you, Miss. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Allery. Dale Feek. Good evening.
Mayor Wenzel, Council President Venezuela, and Councilors. I'm Dale Feek, citizen of Forest Grove, resident since 1966. I have two topics: vigil at Forest Grove Library Friday, and 5 attorney generals who spoke in Portland. First topic, Councilor Falconer. There were Senator Solomon, former Mayor Callaway, Commissioner Treese, school board members Truax and Randusky there. It was powerful, and it was very important to have a vigil and mourn for the people and remember the people that got killed. Second thing is, I sent to you by email, and you have active links. I went to as you did too, Councilor Falcon, you went to the Revolutionary Hall in Portland and listened to the 5 attorney generals, Dan Rayburn, and then ones from Maine, Hawaii,
California.
5 of them, right? California, 5 of them spoke. I was in the front row. I videotaped it and I put it on a link. And so please read it. You have it. Now I'm going to play for you a video clip that was on KTU based upon it was on TV. Here it is. I want you to listen to it. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Why isn't it playing? I had it all set up. What a deal. Oh, sorry about that. Here we go. Had the volume down.
Taking time to remember Freddie. There was a candlelight vigil in front of the Forest Grove Library earlier this evening, organizers wanted to create a space for people to freely express their outrage, both with the killings and the federal government's immigration crackdown.
Alex Pretty died defending another woman as she was being brutalized by ICE. Renee Good died because she was defending her neighborhood against ICE. Over and over, the government is telling us these are our enemies, these are domestic terrorists. We are not domestic terrorists. We just care about our neighbors.
The group behind this vigil, Indivisible Forest Grove, says the event is also meant to build solidarity within the local community, even if the shooting happened in a different state. And in Portland, police.
Thank you, Councilor Falconer, for going to that, and the other people did. It was powerful, and we need to keep doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Feek.
Sorry about the technology problem.
I'm used to it. I'm a school teacher.
User function.
Yeah, it happens. Michael Johnson.
I wish I didn't have to keep doing this. Michael Johnson, Indivisible Forest Grove. I am a Forest Grove resident. And like everybody here, I have seen recent events, and my stomach is turning over more and more often these days. If I were going to devise a way to destroy the public's faith in our system of law, I couldn't do a better job than what these guys are doing. They have convinced us that up is down, left is right, black is white. Whatever they say is the truth. When we can see with our own eyes, thanks to cell phones, exactly what happened. And before you think, well, you know, that's enough, remember what happened after January 6th? We know what we saw on January 6th. That was an insurrection, but by the time they were done with it, they had turned it into a peaceful gathering of patriots doing a tour of the Capitol. We can't let that happen again. We have to do whatever we can to preserve the system of law that we have in this country. Otherwise, we're not going to have a system of law. And the way we do that, and this is what I came here to do, is thank you, folks, for taking every legal step you can take to defend the laws of this country and the values of this country against a regime that frankly doesn't respect the law. As for the rest of us, say their name. Renee Good. Renee Good.
Point of order.
Alex
Mayor.
Pretty.
Okay.
Pretty.
Mr. Johnson.
Remember it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Martinez, what's your point of order?
The people are supposed to speak to the council and not to the attendees.
Okay.
I didn't know that was one that you brought up for someone in the past. When we were having
I've never
meeting.
found that in a rule.
Claudia. It was
Uh,
Claudia.
What was that, Council President?
Claudia, Jack, from the, she was speaking one time and she turned to the public and she was asked.
Okay, I'll take a look at our council rules. I think his comment's over. Are we good to move on, or?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I know that was something that you brought up once with Claudia, so
That was, yeah, I brought that up, and then the mayor asked her to, yeah.
Okay.
So this event did happen, but whether it's in council rules or not, I don't know.
Right.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to, oh wait, I don't want to lose my train of thought. Is there anyone in the audience who did not sign up for public? Oh wait, there was someone on the back. I'm sorry, Beth. Beth Genley, come up, and then I'll ask for additional.
Beth Genley, Indivisible Forest Grove. I want to thank the mayor and Councilors Gustafson and Valenzuela for talking about the anxiety that the community is feeling. I very much feel it too. I feel like that we, the public, need clarification. I heard the chief of police saying he may be obligated to respect that unconstitutional DHS internal memo that sets aside the Fourth Amendment protection against unreasonable search and seizure. In my opinion, that memo is very similar to the Emile Beauvais statement from last June, where he advised the DOJ to say F you to court orders and continue ICE's draconian so-called immigration enforcement actions, where the cruelty is the point. So I ask you all, what is your advice to city employees and the public in general? Based on that secret internal memo, do we just let ICE into private spaces with an administrative so-called warrant? I say this cannot stand. I call on the City Council to affirm the constitutional right to protection from unreasonable search and seizure. And in the meantime, I know you all care deeply about all of this, but in the meantime, the situation is that once again, the members of the public are on first duty to provide mutual aid and attempt to warn of and ward off ICE activities and do our best to protect public safety. I know you all see this. It's very painful to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional public comments from the audience? Anyone else wishing to give public comment? Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to give public comment? Please use the raise hand feature to be called on. Seeing none, we are going to move on to item D, which is consent agenda. Sorry, item C. I almost forgot the consent agenda. Items under the consent agenda. Oops, there's nothing on the consent agenda. Okay, so I did get to skip the consent agenda. I was like psychic and I didn't even know it. Item D, additions and deletions. City manager, are there any additions or deletions?
We have no additions or deletions. Thank you, Mayor.
Any proposed by city councilors? Go ahead.
Let me ask just a question
do
on
it.
process as one of your newest council members. So
good.
I can also just bring this up in reports if it makes more sense, but maybe not. At our last meeting, we had on our consent agenda an item for proclamations, and I hadn't noticed, so my oversight, that we did not have Black History Month included on our list of proclamations. I'd like to add it to the next meeting. I don't remember how we hammered out with council rules how we would add a proclamation to the next month's meeting.
Mariah, can you give us some guidance on that? Thank you.
You could make a motion at additions and deletions to add that proclamation at the next meeting, and then it would proceed yeah.
Okay, then I would ask that we add.
So there's a motion to add Black History Month to the proclamations for February. Is there a second?
Second.
It was moved by Councilor Falconer and seconded by Councilor Gustafson to add Black History Month to our list of proclamations and add it specifically for February meeting. Any discussion on that? Seeing no discussion. With all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Black History Month will be added to proclamations for February in a vote of 7-0.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilor Falconer. Any other additions or deletions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to item E, which is presentations. The council will hold questions until the end of each presentation. E1 is our Metro update from Metro District 4 Councilor Juan Carlos Gonzalez, also a Forest Grove graduate. So a little shout out. Right.
Mayor Wenzel, members of the council, thank you for having me back. Excited to share some presentation with you today, give you a quick update on Metro, and I just want to open saying it's such an honor to serve you on the Metro Council, to serve residents of Forest Grove, to work with you and partner with you, especially in this time. Next slide, please. So just real quick for people that don't know Metro, I've shared this slide with you. It shows the map of the greater Portland region, close to 2 million people. I represent District 4 as the mayor shared, which goes from Beaverton all the way out here to Forest Grove, the only directly elected regional government in the country. But every major city has a metro-like function, so it's important to know and reemphasize that. Next slide. A little bit more about the district. Kind of has a map there. I know as Washington County residents, you know the area well, but I'd like to point out some of my favorite spots in the district, and always want to encourage people to get out and enjoy this beautiful place that we call home. There's so much to learn and explore. Next slide. So real quick about some of the work that I'm doing. Again, I was elected in November of 2018. Very passionate about housing affordability, about building infrastructure that serves our region, and then making sure that we're able to meet our aspirations as a collection of cities in terms of the global context. I have a few major assignments, having been on the council for a few years. One is I chair JPACT, which is our region's transportation board, oversees major transportation policy, major transportation funding for the major projects that are happening within the metro area. Think I-5 Bridge, Rose Quarter, TV Highway, Bus Rapid Transit, 82nd Avenue Bus Rapid Transit, you name it, and have lived in Washington County for all of my life. Next slide. So I want to talk also about some emergency actions that Metro has taken and I have taken over the last 3 months, really recognizing the turbulence that our communities are experiencing. First, I want to take the time to thank Mayor Wenzel for joining me on a Westside Immigration Response Group, which I coordinated with Washington County Commissioner Fisa Fai. We've brought together leaders from across the state to really think about the presence of ICE in our state, and specifically the West Side, which has been ground zero for immigration enforcement, as I'm sure many of you know. So we've been evaluating different policy approaches from leaders, including Governor Kotek, Congresswoman Bonamici, and AG Rayfield soon, which will be joining us. But just wanted to let you know that we've been trying to elevate the needs of the West Side with our executive leaders at the state level. Critically, too, the Metro Council moved $500,000 in emergency fund to regional food banks in November. And then I led a resolution which received unanimous support from my council to move $500,000 as well to the 3 counties to support families that are impacted by immigration. So again, just trying to meet the moment, trying to meet the needs of our communities. And I'm sure that Forest Grove residents have already received some type of support through the nexus of the way the money has been distributed. Next, I want to also chat about housing production. As I mentioned, it's been a major area of priority for me. I've talked a lot with you about the Metro Affordable Housing Bond. We have projects in the Forest Grove area that have been very successful in getting built and that are now serving people. The Affordable Housing Bond is approaching the tail end of its capital allocation. So essentially, most of the projects have already been built in construction. The remaining are in planning and will be in construction soon. If I remember correctly, it's like 2027. We anticipate to have the last project kind of completed region-wide, which is a huge deal. Thinking about kind of what that next step is, because affordable housing, again, is publicly subsidized rents and housing opportunities for people. The Metro Council also recognizes the importance to create an environment where the private sector and other housing providers, nonprofit providers, can also provide more housing options for people. So for the last year, one of the major policies that I worked on was creating a brand new Housing Production Accelerator Fund, which is a $5 million program that we funded from construction excise tax that we collect on projects in the Portland metro area. It's the same source that pays for our 2040 grants and things like that. But this is as a result of the Regional Housing Coordination Strategy, which was a state mandate. I know all of the cities have also had to do local housing coordination strategies. A lot of this work that the state has asked us to do are unfunded mandates, which I'm sure you and your staff also know. So Metro, I really think that some of the biggest value that Metro brings, especially to our cities, is when we can bring resources for you to do the work that responds to your community. And so this fund, our staff, since now that it was approved, next steps are to create a grant program that cities will be able to submit requests for to support planning capacity, code improvements. I mean, you name it, in terms of things that will actually help you build more housing, aside from just planning processes, which are important, but we've done a lot of them. So I want to highlight that. Keep that in your list, Jesse. I want to make sure that you guys apply for that. All right. Next slide. Our housing supports, SHS, critical regional program that has an ambitious goal to end chronic homelessness in the metro area, was adopted in 2020. For the last 2 years, the Metro Council has been working with regional partners to really think about big SHS reforms around regionalization, around key performance indicators, around what does it mean to have accountability, and how do we actually help the people that are most impacted. Because although we have passed a historic measure of money, I think the greater Portland region spends more per capita on homelessness than any other region in the country. Homelessness has grown in the region, and more people are falling into really dire economic circumstances. I think we can debate for hours what are the causes of homelessness, how do we fix homelessness. But one of the things that was really clear to us was that we needed to overhaul our oversight structure. Our last vote of December last year, so I think was that 5 weeks ago now, at this point, was to create a new single consolidated regional oversight committee for the SHS committee. Commissioner Jerry Willey's here. I want to thank him for his effort, his strategy in helping Metro from the Washington County lens and setting a better table for that. As I mentioned, we had 2 separate oversight committees, one that had just different kinds of leaders at each, how they spoke together, who responded to what. It was too confusing, too cumbersome, and ultimately we felt like it was really important to change that. The council also decided to not go to the ballot. We were considering to go to the ballot, potentially to look at some broader reforms that are only achievable by vote of the voters. We decided to table that for multiple reasons, and I think it was a smart decision. It was something that I had been advocating for, which is let's do as much as we can with what we've been given before we ask for more. And when I talk to voters, they're like, absolutely, that sounds great. Please fix this problem. So the current council president, Lynn Peterson, and then Councilor Lewis and myself will serve as the 3 Metro councilors on that body. So just wanted to let you know, Washington County will have strong representation on the Metro side. Washington County commissioners and the cities of Washington County will also have a seat each as well. So next slide. I want to give a kind of a closing update on Parks and Nature. I think many of you know Metro has pretty incredible portfolio of different natural areas. We're very close to approaching the 20,000 acre mark for the Portland metro area. We acquire critical parcels that are next to tributaries, watersheds that, I mean, ultimately with the goal of bringing salmon back into our rivers and into our creeks, which is a really, if you think about, a remarkable goal to have the next generation have something like that. And also investments that protect open space and our clean air, things that really matter to Oregonians. We have been having conversations about our parks levy, which has to be renewed every 5 years. I wanted to let you know that that's something that we're thinking a lot about. We are struggling to meet all the service level needs that people have. For example, the number of rangers that we have at our parks. There's this crazy crazy fact that I learned after some summer tours with the Metro Parks team. But our only rangers office site is located at Oxbow Park, like far East Portland. So in order for, and rangers need to go to Chehalem Ridge multiple times a week. So in order to get to Chehalem Ridge out by Forest Grove and Gaston, they need to drive from their home, check in at Oxbow, get all their equipment, and then drive to Chehalem Ridge, and then drive back to Oxbow. It's like 3 hours in traffic. And that's just the system we have, right? I mean, it was before the West Side had really acquired a critical mass of sites, something I'm really proud of, that hopefully under my leadership, that bringing more and more investments and regional assets to the West Side has been a huge priority for me. So we have more assets, we have more parks, we have more destinations. The capital bond cannot pay for the services and the staffing and the maintenance. And so we're looking at that and what that might look like for the voters to consider. I know we're in a very challenging cost of living environment. Next slide. Yeah, and then just outside of Metro, I can't remember the last time I became a dad. So I don't know if I told you guys that. So I have a beautiful 6-month-old baby girl. Before I got here, I was able to stop by home, give her some kisses before bedtime. It was awesome. And yeah, just wanted to share that photo with you guys. It's been a heck of a journey. She just started daycare 2 weeks ago. So pray for us because the sniffles are crazy. All the heads up that people gave me were absolutely true. So thank you for having me. I'm happy to take any questions, and I hope this presentation on Metro's work, the work that I'm doing in partnership with you and on behalf of the residents that we both represent, hopefully are positive and inform you of what we've been working on.
Thank you, Counselor. Any questions, comments? Okay, Counselor Schimmel.
Yeah, well, thanks for the assets you've brought to our area, Counselor. On the accelerator, I'm hopeful that it'll consider factors unique to our smaller communities, such as our smaller lots that don't pencil out, and say for the housing bonds. So I hope that those metrics or those standards don't carry over, and they comprehend what we may need scattered sites to get even close to those former measures. Is that likely?
Yeah, I'm trying to connect the dots exactly to what you're mentioning. So the Housing Production Accelerator Fund will pay for the 16 priorities that are lined out in the Regional Housing Coordination Strategy. That strategy had engagement with all of the cities in the region. So I am assuming that the Forest Grove staff had the opportunity to contribute to the development of this broader plan. The Housing Production Accelerator Fund was, we all have these amazing strategies, but no one is giving us money to actually move them forward. So the Housing Production Accelerator Fund was the council going into one of our reserves and activating that money to plan for the work. My work with the staff has been to design a program that gives cities at different levels the ability to compete without necessarily being overshadowed by like a city of Portland that has 300 planners, right? So definitely, I think we want to have, and I made that number up, so hopefully people don't hold up to me. It's to express the sense of scale, right? That cities like Forest Grove and even smaller cities than Forest Grove are able to apply for a grant that brings capacity, and it might be, consolidation of sites, it might be brownfield remediation, but it also might be, we want to look at our code and spend more time and effort looking at making permit times more reliable and things like that for people that want to develop homes here.
And then just a comment on the SHS. I'm definitely a proponent of the regionalization. As a good example is that the county can brag about its rent assistance program, but it being restricted to the county actually restricts households from being in communities that they're familiar with or closer to family. So that's been a real roadblock for families and sometimes finding units. So I'd look forward to that sort of regionalization.
Thanks, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. I would also, like to say congratulations. First of all, exciting times for you, and then concur. Well, maybe a little bit different approach. I just appreciate both Metro, Washington County, slowing down the SHS and really including mayors in the conversation. And I just encourage Metro and the county and local government to work together to make us. I mean, I think we have good building blocks with our SHS, and I value the ability for us all to have a voice at the table and use the money most appropriately without getting into a power struggle. So I really do appreciate slowing down that call to the ballot to change that direction. So Thank you,
Yeah, of
and
course.
thanks for coming.
Your leadership was very helpful to that. The previous oversight structures, the two committees had, they didn't have like formal city representation.
Right.
This new committee has city representation from each county, which is a huge deal and would not have been achieved without the vocal leadership of mayors and city councils. I mean, y'all are on the ground. Public safety is working. Your libraries are working, trying to help people. And I think what people want to see is us making the most of what we can with the limited dollars that people are giving us, right?
Right.
So absolutely hear that, and I'm really happy it's where we landed.
Cool. Well, thank you so much. I don't think there's any, so you can go home and spend some time with your family.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And now we have our county update with our District 4 as well. County Commissioner, Washington County Commissioner Jerry Willey, and former mayor of Hillsborough. We'll just do lots of little shout outs. I mean, not quite as cool as a Forest Grove High School graduate, but former mayor of Hillsborough, you know.
I know.
It's up there. It's
I
up
know,
there.
I know. It's okay. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Thank you very much for letting me have a little bit of time just to update you on what Washington County is going. Mine's not as fancy as Metro, and so I don't have any slides. You have to just put up with looking at
Do we
me.
have to look at you the whole time? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Sorry.
Careful, Mayor. So anyway,
Sorry, Commissioner.
that's okay. You know, Juan Carlos really touched on some great items that we at Washington County have been working with them as well. Certainly the new planning structure, the decision makers. I will be sitting on that, representing the county at least for this year, and then we'll be transitioning. But yeah, those are important things. So we're very happy that that Metro has been working with all the areas, and he was exactly correct in that the mayors of Washington County have probably been the most vocal in how that structure needs to look and to have mayor representation there. So again, thank you very much for your participation in all the mayors of Washington County. It's very important. It's been a few months since I've been here, so I need to reiterate the fact that we were very pleased to pass the two levies, the public safety levy and the library levy last November. It's very important that the voters support those things as well as just understand what it is, because it wasn't status quo. It was raising the levy rate. And so it's a very important decision to make that we can keep both of those areas very, very functional. You probably know, shifting gears to a little transportation, Highway 6 was closed there for a while. We made a declaration. I worked with our senator from Tillamook and Tillamook County to create a declaration of emergency so that that allows the governor and the state legislature to take action to access any available federal funds, whether that be FEMA or FHWA funds, to assist with the long-term safety improvements. You know, if you've been around very long and you've driven Highway 6 very often, you know that every year ODOT has to fix that because a portion of it slides downhill. So what they do is they go in and they put more pavement on it, which makes it heavier, which makes it slide downhill. So it's not a very good solution, but it's the only one we have because we have some budget constraints on that. So the declaration also urges the governor and the state legislature to take action to increase the priority of Oregon 6 for state and federal funding to improve safety improvements as recommended by the Oregon 6 Wilson River Highway Study, which was in 2023. And that study highlighted several options that we may have, very expensive options, but the fact of the matter is where the highway is right now is not a good place to put a highway. So it's going to be continually sliding downhill. So we've got to find a different route. It's going to be very expensive, but we're hopeful that we can get some federal money and certainly increase the priority with ODOT capital projects. We are looking at, I hate to say it again, it's January, but we are starting back into budget season, and it's another year of budget deficits. This year is close to $5 or $6 million, which is probably the best it's been for the last several years. I have been in office. This is my 8th year. This will be my 7th consecutive budget deficits. We've cut over $120 million out of our budget. A lot of it is due to unfunded or partially funded mandates. But a lot of it is due, quite frankly, to inflation and just the cost of doing business. So that's what we deal with. We're going to be doing that again. We're trying to make this budget process as transparent as possible, make it available for the mayors to have kind of our own personal meeting with them to go through the budget, explain how that works, but also several community budget meetings as well. So we're going to do our very best to make it transparent because, quite frankly, we cannot continue at this stage. We are looking at what services are mandated versus what services are optional. That's not a good way to run a county when we can only do mandated services. So we will be talking about that over the next year or two, about what it is that we have to do to fix that. Legislatively, we have some of the same things going on. The courthouse is a big deal. It's over 100 years old. We've got to have a new courthouse. That takes multiple stages and steps. Our first one was asking legislature for $1.25 million that we have to match. In planning, we got that, and we're hoping to keep that through the short season. There is some discussions about pulling back some of that money because the budget at the state is not very good right now either. So we're hoping we can keep on to that and make our first step towards our capital planning for replacing the courthouse. At the same time, we're looking at an expansion of the jail, certainly fixing the jail as it is right now. We're spending over $50 million of ARPA dollars to bring the jail up to standard so it isn't closed because the HVAC system quit or because we don't have hot water. I mean, just the basic stuff. These are all things, capital improvements that have been deferred for years and years and years, and finally we can do that no more. So we're doing that. With the next step is also a study on what a jail expansion looks like. Per capita, Washington County has the smallest jail in the state of Oregon, and we are the second largest county. So that doesn't work. That's why you also see that we have weekly forced releases, and that's not a good plan for the future either. So this is why we have got to be looking down the road, and this is probably 8 or 9 years out, but we need to start that planning now as to what the jail expansion looks like. Hopefully we can do that sooner than that. And probably last, there's a couple things. Don't forget, again, we're looking way out into the future. Washington County Fair is in July, so we've got to talk about that. We just had a great 2025 was the largest attended fair that we had in history. Every year it seems like we exceed the number in attendance. Each year it exceeds the amount of, obviously, vendors and attractions and all of those things. It's a great event. That will be July 24th to August 2nd. I'll be back before then and certainly remind you then, but it's a good thing. And then lastly, two things. Colpack, as you know, is your economic development area. It includes Cornelius and Forest Grove, all the rest western Washington County, and then Tillamook, Clatsop, and Columbia counties. And that's our economic development organization that works on projects. Recently, they got some brownfield money for Cornelius, I believe, and they also got some money for North Plains. That's what they do, obviously, region-wide. They are experiencing a little bit of financial difficulty like everyone else. There's an organization called the Columbia Economic Team that is Columbia County's economic development group. They decided to fold it up. And so they are in the process of dissolving that organization, which caused a pretty good financial hit on Colpack. So you will hear coming up probably in the next month information about Colpack needing to increase dues. As a comparison, your dues are $250 a year. They've been that way since the 1990s. So we're a little bit behind in keeping up with inflation and everything else. And then with the recent impact of the CET closing, we'll need to come back, and the board will be addressing that, I believe, in the February meeting. So that's an FYI for you, Jesse. And then lastly, really lastly, is on the 15th of January, I believe, I was in this room testifying with in front of the Board of Forestry. They weren't here. It was strictly recorded, and hopefully they'll listen to it, because there was a number of citizens that had conversations. And basically remember, last year we had the Habitat Conservation Plan was a controversial thing. We in the timber industry were concerned, and Washington County, and certainly Forest Grove is the Forest Grove district, concerned about the reduction in forest harvest. And it's not that we want to cut down the entire forest at the risk of our endangered species, but there's a balance. The HCP didn't really achieve that. It leaned hard towards environmentalism, and that they have now come back and have said that they would like to have more habitat conservation areas, which are areas which are not forest harvestable, and that to stop clear cutting. And so both of those are very detrimental to the forest industry. We've already lost the Banks lumber. We've already, but then Stimson out by Hag Lake is significantly increasing their investment. And there's another one in Eugene that's increasing their investment. We've got to do this if we want housing, affordable housing. We can't have timber costs that are astronomically high. So there's a balance in there. So this is just a couple of things. I've testified before the Board of Forestry many times, and I always use the old three-legged stool as what it is. So I'm going to tell you what my three legs were. To protect the 17 species in their natural habitat. That was one of the priorities developing the Habitat Conservation Plan and the design and restrictions of the habitat conservation areas. As identified in the HCP, there is more than sufficient areas of protected forest for the 17 protected species to live an enjoyable lifestyle. Secondly, maintain an operable inventory, growing our forest with an annual net gain in our forest growth. This will ensure not only a safe habitat for all the protected species, but provide the necessary sequestration in the above ground tree. Projections reflect that after harvest, we will still have an increased forest capacity for sequestration. The forest is our number one area that absorbs our carbon, and certainly we need to protect that, and the trees do that. Each year, the point of that was that every year we cut so many trees, so many acres of trees, so many board feet of trees, and every year our forest outgrows the number of trees that we cut. So we're very blessed with that, because the trees like it here, and they certainly like it in the coast mountains. Number three was honor principle number 3, which is the greatest permanent value. It's essential that the ODF, Oregon Department of Forestry, complies with sustainable and predictable timber harvest and revenues. This is the first point in the OAR definition for greatest permanent value. This is not just about harvest. GPV literally means healthy, productive, and sustainable forest ecosystems that over time and across the landscape provide a full range of social, economic, and environmental benefits to the people of Oregon. So that was a portion of my my testimony here to the Board of Forestry. It is online as I presented it last week to the Board of Commissioners, just for record. So I think that's enough.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions? Okay, I'll go with Councilor Schimmel, and then I'll follow up.
Well, in the event that this is the last we see you here after your term concludes, thanks for your service.
We're going to make him come back.
Are you going to make him
It's
come
like,
back?
'cause you serve until when? Next year, right?
Is it May?
Serve until
May, or is it? Well, unless there's a runoff. It's
December.
December, yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, the first week of January 27th.
we're making him come back.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
So
well, welcome
you're going to see me again.
Sweet. All right.
Counselors, I
All
promise.
right. So I have a chance to challenge you on a few things like the budget. I was going to ask in light of the state's transportation bill, could that or would that inform your budgetary conversations with regard to MISTIP? Or could you safeguard that?
You know, I don't, at this point in time, I don't think we have the numbers to be able to say yes or no to that. MSTIP is a very important project. And you know that we just this last year bonded $150 million to backfill some MSTI projects. So it's not like we are not fans and not big supporters of that. We just have to balance things out between what is an essential service and what can we maybe shave a little bit of the money off of and go elsewhere. So it's a tough decision. Yeah, and I hope you do pay attention to our budget process.
Thank you, Councilor Schimmel, and I concur. MSTIP is vital to Forest Grove, and you know how I feel about it. So, and I'm going to ask you another hot, or maybe not hot question, but just a follow-up question. A few months ago, the Forest Grove City Council wrote a letter to the Washington County Board of Commissioners asking you all to suspend your contract with Flock. And I'm just wondering, I haven't heard back. So what is the board's position on their contract with Flock at this point? Have you guys made a decision? Are you continuing to work with them? Are you?
I believe we've taken action on that, but we have not suspended it. I think the action we've taken is the cities have control of most of that, and the cities have done that. I don't think they have formally done that. They have just pulled the plug, so to speak. And I don't think the county has taken any formal action on that either. And I don't know that we have a plan to do so. I think the sheriff's office has been working with the cities that have those cameras. And I think everybody has pretty much decided they're going to hit the pause button. Now, I'm speaking off the top of my head because I don't know actually if that's true.
If what you're saying, if you have any additional information, feel free to follow up and I'll bring it to the council. I think that's my only question. And we really do appreciate you coming out, and we're going to make you come at least 10 more times before the year ends. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Commissioner. Just want to get the most out of you your last year here.
Well, I am continually asked, what do I want to get accomplished in the last 11 months? And there's a lot there, but we just don't have the money to do most of it.
I know when you said it was a $6 million deficit, I thought I wrote down 10 million, but I like your number better, so I hope it's.
Well, last year I think it was somewhere. I want to say 15 million last year. This is a good number for us, but it's still another deficit number. So we had to cut someplace.
Yeah, well, I wish you luck during budget season.
Thank you very
and
much.
Don't
Mary.
cut MSTIP.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wish you wisdom.
Yeah, the little last word. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Our last presentation for the evening is on our TV Highway Access Management Strategy Project as part of the East Forest Grove Transportation Improvement Project. And I have Community Development Director Brian Poole presenting, and I believe, hello, Dan Reardon is on Zoom. He's one of our senior planners.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Mayor Wenzel and members of the City Council. Dan Reardon, Senior Planner with the Forest Grove Planning Division. And as you noted, Community Development Director Brian Poole is with us this evening. I know, Brian, is there anything you'd like to say before we jump into the presentation?
Nothing right now necessarily. I just think this is a really important project that's probably flown a little bit under the radar with all the other efforts going on. And I want to mention that Dan is largely working from home right now and has kind of kept the ball in the air on this project. It's an important project, and when we talk about safety on TV Highway, we talk a lot about bike lanes, we talk a lot about pedestrian access and things like that, but sort of one of the things that we don't talk about a whole lot is how important access management is. And when we talk about access management, we mean access onto TV Highway, driveways, curb cuts, things like that. And every one of those single access points is also a potential conflict point. And so when we talk about safety, access management is extremely important. And Dan's going to lead you through this effort right now, where we are and where we're going.
Thanks, Brian. It is my pleasure this evening to present the TV Highway Access Management strategy to the City Council this evening. Next slide, please. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is basically to provide an update of the project, provide an overview to City Council on the work that's already been completed to date, as well as next steps. And if there is time, I'd very much like to hear any thoughts City Council might have with respect to access and access management along the corridor, and any things in particular that you would like us to consider as we move forward with the project. Next slide, please. So this project focuses on two actions that are in the Forest Grove Forward 2040 Vision Statement and Action Plan, and that includes Action 2.10, which is partner with ODOT to improve the Highway 47 and TV Highway Safety Corridor, and Action 2.28, which is to implement the East Forest Grove TV Highway Safety Improvement Plan. Next slide. And in the spirit of cooperation, I would like to acknowledge the Oregon Department of Transportation and the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development. The project was partially funded through the Oregon Transportation Growth Management Program, which is a joint program of both ODOT and DLCD. Next slide. So I'd also like to acknowledge the project team, Oregon Department of Transportation staff, the lead engineering consultant, which is HDR, the lead community engagement consultant, Enviro Issues, and staff from the city, including the engineering division, Greg Robertson, and the fire marshal, Dave Niemeyer. Next slide. So as I mentioned, this project is follow-up to the East Forest Grove TV Highway Safety Improvement Plan, which was adopted by City Council in 2022. And as Brian noted, access management is a key element of addressing issues on TV Highway. And this was called out in the East Forest Grove TV Highway Safety Improvement Plan. And specifically, the plan identifies access management as a priority for transforming TV Highway into a vibrant, attractive, and calmer arterial roadway that is pedestrian and bicycle friendly. Next slide, please. So in terms of what is access management, we can define access management to include transportation system design treatments intended to improve roadway safety and user mobility. And access management is achieved by applying consistent design standards to regulate things such as vehicle turning movements, the location of driveways, driveway width, and required spacing between driveways. Access management standards are applied based on roadway design, considering the number of travel lanes on the roadway, traffic volume, traffic speed, as well as land uses adjacent to the corridor and zoning. Next slide, please. So some examples of access management strategies include, and we're all familiar with these, restricting vehicle turning movements, right in, right out only, consolidating nearby driveways, requiring site access from side streets where feasible, encouraging reciprocal access easements or agreements to allow travel between properties. So basically linking parking lots so drivers don't have to go back onto the roadway corridor to access another site on the highway, and as well as closing some access points along a roadway. These are all parts of what would be considered access management. Next slide, please. So there's definitely a need for the project. The project corridor runs from Quince Street, Highway 47 on the west, to just east of U Street, which is the Forest Grove and Cornelia city boundaries. It's just over 1/2 mile in length. Along that 1/2 mile stretch of corridor, there are 29 driveway access points. And each one of these access points provide a potential point of conflict where drivers, bicyclists, and pedestrians intersect, and there may be some safety issues as a result of that. Next slide, please. This slide shows the location of the various driveways along the corridor. And these driveway access points do create conflicts between modes of transportation, compromising the safety of drivers, pedestrian, bicyclists, and persons using mobility devices. Next slide, please. So this project will specifically address the safety issues caused by the numerous access points along the project corridor. As part of doing this project, we're going to gather information to better understand how each individual driveway along the corridor is being used and how safety could be improved. And this information will be used to prepare policy recommendations for consideration by City Council, which includes things such as amendments to the city's transportation system plan and development code. Next slide. Next slide, please. The project timeline, we kicked off the project just a couple of months ago. At the last quarter of 2025. Since that time, we've been gathering information on the existing conditions, and we'll also be gathering community input, which I'll get into in a little bit more detail. After we do the information gathering phase of the project, we'll be starting to do evaluation of different options for access management, which could lead to policy changes, development code changes, and the like for consideration by City Council. We expect that adoption of the plan will occur in the first quarter of 2027. Next slide, please. So community engagement is a very critical component of this project. It's definitely a project priority. And engagement activities include fostering collaboration to understand access management needs among the parties potentially affected by the project. This includes business and property owners, as well as residents. We'd like to engage the residents that use this corridor on a day-to-day basis. And we're going to be facilitating engagement opportunities without barriers to participation. Engagement tools include an easy-to-understand project fact sheet that is in both English and Spanish, a project webpage, which is now live, with a comment form in both English and Spanish, so we can hear directly from interested persons on what their needs may be with respect to use of the corridor. And all documents prepared for the project will be available for review on the project website. And there is quite a lot of information on the project website already. This slide just shows a snapshot of what the project web sheet looks like. The project fact sheet has the QR code, so you can access the project webpage in both English and Spanish directly. And I encourage everyone to go out and take a look at it. Next slide, please. So tools for collecting information from the community include review of work products by a technical advisory committee made up of agency staff from ODOT, from the Department of Land Conservation and Development, Washington County, Metro, representatives from various city departments, as well as Centro Cultural. We'll be conducting property and business owner meetings. In fact, the first round of property and business owner meetings is this Thursday morning. And so we'll be discussing this project directly with interested property and business owners relatively soon. We'll also be facilitating resident focus group meetings and then holding a community open house when we get a little further along with respect to potential policy recommendations. Next slide. So work completed includes the project the project fact sheet. Next slide, please. The public involvement plan, which is up on the project webpage. The existing plan and policy review memo. Next slide. The existing conditions review. And we're just starting to get into the access management evaluation memo, which is memo number 3, which will be completed here within the next month or so. But before that memo is finalized, we'd like to engage the business and property owners to get their feedback about the driveways, how they're used, what considerations we should take into account as we develop and evaluate different options for access management. After the access management evaluation criteria memos completes, we'll complete draft short and long-term access management recommendations. And then after that is completed, we'll be conducting the community open house anticipated in May of 2026. Next slide. After that, we'll be finalizing draft and final development code and transportation system plan recommendations, and then getting into the adoption process with holding work sessions with the Planning Commission and City Council and formal public hearings beginning in January 2027. And then, as I mentioned, we hope to have the final access management strategy adopted no later than mid-2027. That's when the grant project ends. We have to basically have the final recommendations for development code and transportation system plan amendments by June of 2027. Next slide, please. So with that, that concludes my presentation. But again, I'd really like to hear any thoughts that City Council might have with respect to access along the corridor or anything in particular that we should include as we move forward in this project. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dan. I'm going to pass it over to Councilor Falconer and then Council President Valenzuela.
I just have a quick.
Thank you, Dan. I really appreciate it. One thing that I probably appreciate the most out of your presentation is, your slides. You talk about the public engagement and specifically around, focus groups and some of the, concerns and sort of, I think, things that I would really, really stress for our team as we're gathering information is, that's probably going to be the hardest to do, but also the most meaningful, because I think, sometimes when I see things like closed crosswalks, I think that's a policy failure. It's a design failure. It means that we're restricting access rather than enhancing and protecting our most vulnerable road users. And so I would really, I guess, encourage you, ask you to, usually when we do things like this and we gather this kind of data, we're often tracking some demographic information to the extent that people are willing to provide it. I would ask that, in addition to, the kind of typical types of questions we ask people to identify whether they own a vehicle, have access to a vehicle regularly, or if they primarily rely on transit or movements around that corridor by bike or pedestrians, because those are the people, when we talk about impacted folks, of course we're going to hear from people who are angry that we're changing their driveway or that we're restricting left-hand turns, but what we might not hear are the very close calls that I know I have encountered. I know the mayor's own family has encountered along this corridor as a pedestrian, as a cyclist, as a frequent transit rider myself. So I would just really, really emphasize the importance of that and ask you, in tracking public input, to me, success looks like we are really, really keeping an eye on, who are the most impacted people. And I would suggest that those are the most vulnerable.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Falconer. Council President Valenzuela.
Hello, Dan. Good evening, and thank you for your presentation. So I also have just very quick, I think I missed it. Until when will that survey be available?
Well, right now, the survey will be available as up until we get to close to the adoption process. So we intend to keep it open throughout most of the duration of the project.
Okay.
We don't have a formal closing date.
All right. And again, like my colleague, Councilor Falconer, I'm really happy about the community engagement part of this and the focus groups, of course. Have you reached out to Centro or Adelante to be able to have a good participation from a diverse group?
We have, in fact, we have a representative from Centro Cultural on our technical advisory committee.
Yes.
One reason is that they wear multiple hats. Operating the senior center, they bring that to the table, and so we want to make sure that we factor in needs for senior citizens into the work that we're doing. And then also Centro owns the old Casa Amparo, the old Forest Grove Inn, and so they're a property owner on the corridor. So yes, definitely. And Adelante Mujeres has also been identified as a stakeholder to engage in the project.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you, Council President. Councilor Schimmel.
Good evening, Dan. Well, I actually wanted to just see if there's any objection from my colleagues or Jesse if I sat down with Brian and Dan. Notably regarding the intersection between this project and the TV Highway Transit Project and other community interaction with regard to signage at intersections that were rejected by ODOT. So would there be any objection if I...
Can you elaborate more on, at this point, like what those meetings, like the time that you would want from staff and what you would be discussing, I guess, the point.
Yeah, I would, probably 30 minutes just to overlay the projects, understanding intersections and where one's solving the problem for the next, or where I need to take, as a liaison for the transit project, take that input into that committee. And also there's been requests to ODOT that were rejected, that curious to see if there's opportunity to drop it into either of these projects.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, Jesse or Dan, what did you want to say? Dan's also on the technical advisory committee for the bus rapid. Go ahead, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we really want to make sure that we do solid coordination with all of the projects underway on the corridor. There's the bus rapid transit project. There's also the safe routes to school project that engineering is overseeing to fill in the sidewalk gaps. Want to factor that into the work that we do. There's the rapid flashing beacon, enhanced pedestrian crossing that will be constructed soon. We're going to be factoring that in as well. When we kicked off the project, we did the site tour, and we went out to take a look at the Highway 47 and Highway 8 intersection specifically. And so that in walking it, you get a totally different perspective, of course, than just driving through the intersection. And the need for pedestrian enhancements, better signage, I think that resonated with the group. So we're certainly going to be making that case as we move forward. The lead consultant on this project, HCR, is also doing some work with the bus rapid transit project. So there's that connection there as well, so that we can make sure that both projects are coordinated well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. I don't know how other counselors feel. I'm seeing heads nod. Did you have another comment or?
No, I mean, I got a list of questions that I could cover
In your one-on-one. Okay, so I'm glad, first of all, thank you, Dan. How exciting is this that it's finally happening, right? Dan and I have been talking about this for a long time, and Brian. So I'm just really excited. I'm glad you brought up safe routes to school. That's what I had written down. We just really want to be moving pedestrians away from where we're moving cars, right? I mean, there's just layered approach. I value not all the time. Yeah, that's what I mean. We want to move cars away from the pedestrians. So just making sure that those two things, those two projects are working together and not separate from each other would be. And then, and I also want to talk about the community engagement. I'm willing to help with any community engagement. So if if it's helpful for me to go walk around and canvass Rose Grove, or be at 7-Eleven where there's 3 access points, 3 driveways, and a bus stop across the street. Oh my goodness, on both sides going, never mind. I don't want to go on and on about that road. Phew, it's overdue. So anyways, I'm just willing to help with this project in any way I can help. And that's all I really wanted to say. And I'm so excited that it's really kicking off. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think there's any other comments. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Have
Thank
a good
you all.
night.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Okay, we're going to move on to item F on our agenda, which is public hearings, ordinances, and resolutions. Oh, wait. This is really far away. Okay. The public hearing for ordinance 2026-01 is now open. If approved by the City Council, this ordinance would amend the Forest Grove Code of Ordinances to make updates to the city's liquor licensing process. Do any councilors have a conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none. City Recorder Mariah Woods will present the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for your time this evening, Council. This ordinance follows from a work session that was held by the Council on October 27th, 2025, regarding updates to the city's liquor license issuance process. Some inefficiencies were identified that impacted both applicants and staff, and many of those aspects creating the inefficiencies were found to be out of step with most other cities. A lot of the extra steps also were found to add little value just because they're duplicative of a lot of the work that the OLCC already does. And as the OLCC is the body that issues liquor licenses, they ultimately have final say in that. The consensus reached by the council at that meeting was for some changes that would make the process a lot more, streamline the process. Those main updates are listed here. You can see to authorize the city manager or designee to make favorable recommendations to the OLCC. Unfavorable recommendations would still be referred to this council. Remove background check requirements for annual renewals. Background checks would still be required for new applicants, and in place of those background checks, the chief of police would be authorized to review the annual renewal list. Again, unfavorable recommendations would be referred to the council, and then to remove business license requirements for special event liquor licenses. In reviewing the code, some additional changes were made. Most of them are pretty standard. Renaming the section title from liquor license issuance to liquor license review is just because that's more accurately reflects the city's role. The code still had the OLCC's previous name, so updating that. And then, again, some other pretty minor updates. The renewal process was moved to a different section just because it made more sense there. And I believe that's it. If the council has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions for our city recorder? Seeing none, I will now, nope, I don't. Can I ask a process question? When it says call for proponents, that's not in blue. Am I not doing the public? I don't have to do the public hearing. Okay.
This is the public hearing, sorry. So you should call for
So I
this.
should do that, okay. I will now call on persons who signed up to comment on the ordinances. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Are there any proponents? Any online? Seeing none. Are there any opponents? Seeing none. Anybody wishing to give other testimony? Okay, the hearing is now closed. Is there a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance 2026-01?
I move that we approve ordinance 2026-01.
Second.
Thank you. Ordinance 2026-01 was moved by Councilor Martinez and seconded by Councilor Marshall. Is there any discussion from council?
Just a comment. I mean, and this probably goes without saying, I talked to a few businesses who either want to venture into, alcoholic drinks or come in and are stalled because of the process. This is definitely an important economic development measure that we can help our businesses grow and thrive. So I'm glad that we have this opportunity.
Not to mention, makes it easier on.
Yeah. So it's a win-win. Okay, any more discussion items? Will the city manager please read the ordinance by title only?
Ordinance 2026-01, amending Forest Grove Code of Ordinances, Title 11, Business Regulations, Chapter 110, Business Licensing, Section 110.070 through Section 110.999, amending liquor license guidelines and repealing Ordinance 2010-05.
Thank you. Will the city recorder please call roll?
Council President Valenzuela?
Yes.
Councilor Schimmel?
Yes.
Councilor Falconer?
Yes.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Marshall?
Yes.
Councilor Gustafson?
Yes.
Mayor Wenzel?
The vote is 7-0. The first reading of ordinance 2026-01 is approved. Thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to councilor communication. I'm going to start with Council President Valenzuela.
All right. So a couple of news from the library. A new reference supervisor has been hired. He's from Michigan, a small family. His name is Jack Buck. So we already have someone. There were a lot of applications. Also, Carolina, the youth services librarian, accepted a position in the city of Tiger. Oh, yes, yes. She did a beautiful job. She's
so good.
Just so full of energy and her vision, for what needs to be done. But yeah, she accepted a position with the city of Tiger. So of course, needed to hire someone to replace her, and there are 71 applications. So obviously the position is closed. You know, they're going to, yeah. So those are the two news that I have because I've been very, very sick and I was unable to attend that meeting even via Zoom. So, but those are the important news that I have to share with you. On Thursday, we're meeting at the Washington County building in Hillsborough to hear the presentations for those seeking funding for different projects. I wanted to give you more specific. Yes, so we're going to have quite a few presentations from different cities, from different organizations. And again, this is going to be on Thursday, January 29th from 9 o'clock until about 3 p.m. And then we will go ahead and vote on evaluate those applications by Monday. So those are the two things.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. And I'm sorry that you've been so sick.
It's been terrible.
I know it's been like a month. I
horrible. Yeah.
I feel for you.
Yeah. About a month. Yes.
Well, okay, we're going to move on to Councilor Faulkner.
Okay, I do have a couple things. HLB is tomorrow, so I'll report on that next time. I attended I don't know if any of you were able to attend the TriMet service cuts meetings with electeds that they held. Forest Grove isn't directly impacted by any service cuts. I guess the one thing that stuck out to me is that, you know, TriMet staff really, they're having to make some really hard decisions. And there are other communities in the service area that are really having to grapple with some very serious issues with regard to very complicated cuts. And I guess, it's just really important to understand that, 30% of riders on TriMet have no other option. And so those cuts hurt deeply, and we're very lucky in this community that our, Line 57 isn't impacted by that. I also just wanted to note that, they went through the exercise of, eliminating pretty much, based just all discretionary funding. So you're not going to see any more advertising TriMet, that they've cut, layoffs, hiring freezes, travel restrictions, no sponsorships. So, they're really kind of doing the service cuts as a very last resort.
And this isn't, they just have done they've just done one wave. They're going to do
There's
another.
wave coming.
Yeah, this is
in order to get to the
if I may interject really quick, this is, and not that people are driving more, it's just that there are a lot of people doing remote work, for example. So there is less demand. After the pandemic, it did decrease the demand for public transportation, unfortunately, because I think that having TriMet and the MAX line and everything, something that we all felt kind of really good about,
Well, and not to mention just transportation dollars generally. And so look for in your inbox, you'll probably also see some appeals from groups like Oregon Walks, because, of course, the legislature is looking at needing to make some transportation cuts, and some of the safe routes to school dollars, which are already very, very small, are potentially on the block. So I would strongly encourage you to take a look at that. I have personally signed on to the letter to try to defend safe routes to school dollars because, like I said, there's just not very many of them to begin with, and so it seems sort of wild to me that we would be cutting something that we hardly spent any money on anyway. As Mr. Feek mentioned, I attended the AG's panel in Portland. It was a good panel. It was, I think the most important thing was that they were communicating, to the public about all of the activities that they are taking, because I think a lot of times AGs operate sort of in the background, not nearly as much cameras on them, which is sort of what they're supposed to do, right? And so this was an opportunity for them to, have a public-facing interaction. They note that, together, collectively, they've, that our attorney AG has either brought or signed on to more than 50 lawsuits against the Trump administration for illegal actions it has taken. and won more than 80% of them in court. So it just sort of goes to show you the lawlessness that they're dealing with as upheld by the courts. The last thing I want to just bring, the Barney Reservoir JWC, I think I reported several months ago at this point now, because the letter, I can't remember what the date of the letter was, but it was a letter from the Bureau of Reclamation about no longer considering any seismic improvements to the dam at Hagg Lake, and instead maybe even considering restrictions. And what that means is lowering the water level, and what that means is potentially not allowing people who are allowed to use the water for municipal purposes, for agricultural purpose, for irrigation purposes, for all the things, not just access by boat, which you might be thinking about, but like restricting jurisdictions who depend on it potentially as a water source from accessing the amount of water that originally they are allowed to use. So I think it's probably ripe for maybe a work session at some future date about Forest Grove's water reserves, generally just a bigger regional conversation about water, because it's pretty messy, it's complicated. I am learning a lot. It's like a fire hose at those meetings. They go for hours, and I'm learning more than, anyway, so I think it would be really good for us as a council. I hope that
Is there consensus for us to do at a later date and time a work session on this topic? Yes, heads nodding. Okay, there's consensus.
Thank you.
So we'll add it.
I think that is it for me. Yeah, chamber was canceled because of the holiday, so I'll report.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilor Faulkner. Councilor Gustafson.
I don't have a lot to talk about. I was at the PAC meeting and they discussed their 20-year anniversary celebration. So they're trying to figure out like when to have it, where to have it, what it should be. So, I mean, if anybody has any ideas, just throw them out there, because that's a really exciting celebration. And they're also having their retreat on the 28th of March. I don't know if I won't be in person because I will be out of town, but I may be able to dial in remotely. But if I can't and somebody else wants to attend the retreat, since it's a retreat, let me know. Mayor, if you want somebody to be there because it's a retreat.
Remind me about that in February.
I will try.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so moving on. Councilor Marshall.
I had Parks and Rec, but I was not able to go because I was sick. So I will be reaching out to Ann tomorrow to get information on what was going on at the meeting and bring it back.
Okay, well, I'm sorry you're under the weather too. I hope none of anyone else gets sick. That's brutal. Councilor Martinez.
So I attended the Sister City Committee meeting last week. From now on, the adults from Japan will only be coming on anniversary years. The students will be coming every year, mostly because of finance.
That's every 5 years.
Every 5 years. The students will be here October 28th to November 1st. We talked about different people to contact concerning host families. And the Sister City Committee is talking about becoming a nonprofit. So they're in the process of doing research for that. So I thought that was a good thing, a good move for them to make. Oh, and then I want to pass this out. This is information that I put together from comments that I made in December, and it's just supporting information. So I just want to pass this down.
Thank you.
There's the information on both sides.
Councilor Martinez, did you say the date? 1 minute, Councilor.
October 28th through November 1st.
That would be this year. I gotta go back. Okay, October 28th. Got it. Thank you. And then is there any additional? Wait, you're done with your comments, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There's just these.
Oh, I need to
papers
pass
in
this.
hand. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
No.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor Schimmel.
Yeah, just two updates. And Jesse, check my numbers. EDC met earlier this month and reviewed, I believe it was 7 building improvement grants for upwards of $350,000. So that'll come into the next URA meeting for adoption. So that was, I think, a growth from the previous cycle. So we're seeing some good interest. And then on the TV Highway Transit Project has resumed. It's transitioned the project management from Metro to TriMet now. Just the overall timeline has them building in 2028. The funding risks include the 82nd Avenue as a priority, so that any state funds is going to prioritize 82nd Avenue. The other risk is federal funds, as well as the state budget and what happens with the transportation bill and any lottery bonds. So there are some significant risks to that project. Some questions are the milestones for the municipal funding installments. Yes, I don't know if you know if you already have those dates or you need them. Okay.
What was the, from the,
At the end, 75,000, there's 75,000 installments. And then if those funding risks follow through, are those funds returned to us? I got some information, but not an answer to that. So I need to follow up on whether those monies are returned if the project doesn't go through. TriMet seems optimistic.
okay. Thank you. City Manager, your report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just following on what Councilor Schimmel mentioned, we do have a URA building grants work session scheduled for the next meeting to review the building improvement grants. Also, just as a prelude to the next meeting, we've invited ODOT and they've confirmed to come out and give an update on TV Highway. So specifically the pedestrian crossing near Rose Grove, and then also any U Street design updates. Also, the county is confirmed to come out and give us an update on Highway 47, the Maple and Fern Hill. Bonneville Power is also going to be in town this week looking at that project and what some of the relocation would look like to make sure that it stays on track for construction this summer. Big thanks to Keith Horman, our Director of Light and Power, for coordinating that. And then lastly, the county is also going to present on Council Creek Regional Trail and pending construction efforts for this summer. Couple other updates. I want to give a big thanks to the various panels that helped the city out today for our police chief recruitment. We had 2 interviews. We had a really good community panel. We also had a technical panel of other police chiefs and the district attorney's office, and just a lot of people took a lot of time to invest in that process, and I want to thank our partners for that. Human Resources is kind of, if you will, tallying up the results, and there'll be more to report soon, but it was a really good process. We had a lot of good feedback and good comments back, and so again, thank you to the community and to our partners. Today, we closed on the Woodfold property, and so we are now the official owners. The funds have been transferred, and so I think the Urban Renewal Agency Board can be looking forward to some strategic sessions coming up about the properties that the URA owns. The city has also hired Johnson Economics to look at a market analysis of both a boutique hotel and also a grocery store. Mindful that now we do have additional property in the inventory of the Urban Renewal Agency. So those will be a couple more data points that we can bring to that. But if the board would just kind of start thinking about what those potential possibilities are, and we'll bring back some more information for that. We are currently scoping and would welcome any comments. We're going to be having a conversation with the Economic Development Commission about the Economic Development Strategic Plan. This is really kind of pursuant to the last City Council work session. So any potential scoping items that you might think about would be most welcome on that. Also, we have started the scoping process for our communications and branding plan. We're in the process and have a draft RFP for that. And then last, Kim and I are going to be following up with the presentation from Centro in the Senior Center and some of the improvements that need to be made there. Kim and I are going to be meeting with the Senior Center and Central leadership tomorrow. And I think part of that conversation, not all of it, but part of that conversation is going to be centered on what potential improvements might qualify for a CDBG grant. And if so, whether the city wants to move ahead with the CDBG grant for some of the Senior Center improvements. So with that concludes my update. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jesse. That's really, really exciting about the Woodfold property. I mean, like it provides the framework of a good long-term 10-year plan of revitalization and investment in the URA. So I think that's just great news. Okay, I'll flip my page. I attended the Metropolitan Mayors Consortium meeting on Thursday, and Mayor Pace from the City of Hillsborough presented Senate Bill 1, I think it's going to be numbered 1586, which is the Oregon Jobs Act, and she was asking support of MMC on that bill. And I only got to listen to 10 minutes of the discussion before sixth period started, but there was pretty much a split of municipality mayors saying like, hey, I don't think I can support that for these reasons. And then some other mayors saying, hey, we want to join on. I did, and I stayed out of the conversation because I did not know enough about it to have an opinion. And I think it's always best not to say anything if you don't know. But I did send it to our assistant city manager, Kim, and to get some more information. And I don't know if we want to look into that to see, if, another, like have a work session to see if we support it, if we want it to not support it. But it's going to be one of the things. It's being presented by, I think, Senator Solomon and Beach Pace, and it's about land use and industrial use. So I don't know what the council wants this direction. I can just have staff brief me and then, or I don't know if we want it to come back to council for a work session. Is there any thought on that? I mean, if I don't know, if they could brief me, and if I think there's something to chew on, then maybe bring it back. I probably would not go out and endorse it without either as a group, the MMC supporting it, or without you all supporting it. So that's where I stand with it, is that I would probably just remain silent unless the city wants to take a position. So maybe do some research and let me know. How about that? Speaking of the state legislature and the session, we have, I think just in the last 8 years, we hired a federal consultant to lobby for funding for federal projects. And one of the things that's been bugging me for a while is that we don't really have staff capacity to follow like our state legislation. And where I don't think we need this, let's be real, the state doesn't have money. They're not going to give us money. But what I feel like we need to protect ourselves again is against this unfunded mandate. Or also, I mean, I don't know. I just wish, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what's the best approach for the city council to track legislation and be able to come back to council and advise and chew on and have a discussion about what's good for Forest Grove and not good for Forest Grove. I don't really have an answer to that. I just want you all.
Well, question first, does the school district have a kind of advocacy, or do they have a point person, or do the mayor's consortium or the county, or can we tie in with something that exists?
Well, the LOC exists, right? And then MMC is Metro Mayors Consortium, and that's primarily what we get briefed on is the bills and that are good for cities or what our position is. And so I mean, we can still continue to use that. How I feel about that sometimes is that Forest Grove has this unique position within Metro of being part of Metro and being lumped into that, but really being a rural, like we're the westward. I don't know. Sometimes I feel very conflicted about how we're represented, right? And what our voice is. And then on the flip side, you have LOC, which sometimes I feel, never mind. I'm just going to get myself in trouble, so I'm going to stop talking. Okay.
As far as, I'm sorry, as far
Go
as
ahead.
information, both our Senate and House representatives do it, providing the information in their letters. But the point I think you're making is the right one, is the advocacy is ensuring that the language in the bill, and that's almost like someone just someone who's actually getting into the details of it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't want to do that. I don't think I have time to do that.
Well, there's
Right.
certain
What do you-
things I will get into that. It's enough. For
Okay. We'll think about it and then we'll come back to it. Okay, that was my update with that. And then there's some, so I want to say I have a request for staff, and I don't know if it's for Jamie, but I would appreciate if when people invite us to things, we get on our calendar, and I'm speaking we, but this is what I think, like all of our council meetings are scheduled onto our calendar. But then when we get invited to town halls or like News End visitors or the state of the city, none of that goes into our calendar. It's an email. It's an email to us, I think, saying, hey, this is this opportunity. I'm requesting that everything goes as a calendar invite, because it's really hard for us to keep track of emails, our council calendar, our school district calendar, our family calendar. And so I'm not saying that, and I want to be really clear, because something comes to your calendar doesn't mean you have to accept it. But I just want to make sure that we have one system for putting, and I think that one way to achieve that is staff liaisons. If there's an event, they send that event to Jamie, Jamie adds it onto her calendar. If so this Wednesday is a town hall, Congresswoman Bonamici is doing town hall at Forest Grove High School on the 28th at 6 p.m. When that invitation came from Kelsey, right, then Jamie could put it on our calendar instead of sending it as an email. That's just a wish, a want, if that's an okay thing. And then there's another town. Oh, for the record, on Wednesday, I'm going to have the closing remarks. And so if y'all want to come, that'd be great. So Wednesday is Congresswoman Bonamici's town hall at Forest Grove High School, and it starts at 6 p.m. And then on Friday is a town hall meeting with Representatives McLean, Senator Solomon going to be there as well, and the Attorney General. So that Pacific University, that does need an RSVP. So that was sent out in a link, or with a link to RSVP. And then the State of the City is going to be March 12th. Doors open at 5:30. The program starts at 6, and that's at Theater in the Grove. So those are all things that, could be on your calendar. So your topics for the State of the City, and what I did is I just tried to couple you up with your commissions. So that way you had a general idea. So Councilor Schimmel, economic development in the city? No. Nope. You don't get that. You get economic development. Okay. Are you EDC?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm like, come on. I had a whole system. And then Councilor Faulkner is transportation and pedestrian safety. Councilor Martinez is public safety. And then Councilor Gustafson, I would like you to talk about the PAC. It's great. So it's their 20 year. And then you can also do the Festival of Arts and the mural, like the money they use for TLT. So I think that'll be good. And then Council President Valenzuela, the new, the children's area library renovation and the library.
So how much time do I need to speak?
Yeah. I think just like a minute. I mean, it's not anything long. It's just, I just want to get your faces. We are a team, right? And we all do our parts. And so I just want to give you the opportunity. It's Forest Grove, State of the City. So I just want whatever you're comfortable with. I want you to be seen. I want your work to be highlighted, the things that you care about.
Wonderful. And I am so looking forward to it because last year was so beautiful.
Oh.
Are we having entertainment?
Well, I think,
and
well, we were trying to do a couple things, but I think there's going to be some entertainment. We do have a couple pieces of entertainment. And remember, it's at Theater in the Grove.
Yes.
I will do my best to sell that PlayStation. I promise. I won't let you down.
I don't.
I won't let you down. But we have the URA properties. We have all that stuff. So I think it's going to be good. Okay. And that's all I have. So I'm going to adjourn this meeting, but none of you are allowed to leave because we need to do the police station work session and get out of here by 9:30. Okay. I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you.
We get in like 10 minutes.